So, for the tutorial, before you can start, you need to have the Japanese version. You cannot use the Steam version. This Japanese version is available in the Discord, Tomb Runner Discord. You need it, otherwise you cannot speedrun this. And this is the any percent tutorial. So, I don't think there's anything else you need to know. Well, I can show you my controls. I don't think you will need them. You will probably get confused by those controls, but yeah. Do whatever you want. It's fine. Inputs work nice. So, yes, this is going to be on YouTube, Bianca. So, when you start the game, the first sequence, you will repeat it millions of times. You just want to do a running jump with a jump twist and tap left a little bit. So like that. You can see my inputs, it's just muscle memory in the end. This is not special, you just have to tap left a little, get a feeling. Half a second. Then here on one of these jumps, jump twist and hold left, grab and do the same again. There's nothing to explain here really. If you do it this way, you will see that after this jump, you will land on the slope down here and you slide into here immediately. You need to do a continuous sequence here onto another slope over there that you can see. It's kind of a difficult jump, but you want to basically land on the slope, slide a little bit, otherwise you hit the wall, and then jump a little up right and up left, do a running jump. Jump and sprint over here. Now we have the nice little tree jump. That's embarrassing. Alright, Bianca, enjoy, enjoy. You know what's actually embarrassing? That I'm failing while making a tutorial. There we go. So, do the jump on the slope and sprint. Once you learn everything, you can use a flare here. But while you're learning, I would recommend to not draw it right away. But in the end, in the runs, you need a flare here. So, hello YouTube, yeah. Yeah. Here, the nice little tree jump. Your goal is to do a running jump from this point here up onto there. So you want to jump on the block in front of me on the low part up there. That's where you want to land. Now, you can do this in one running sequence, or a nice little trick that I have. You go somewhere over here, like slightly on the left of those two tiles. You can aim, like somewhere here. It's not that precise. Maybe even a little left. Hop back, tap right once, and do a running jump. That helps most of the time. I never do it, that's why I literally just failed. I know it's embarrassing, but yeah. You simply want to aim, hop back, tap right, and then do a running jump. It used to work for me very often back in the day when I was not able to do it in a running sequence. But in the end, your goal is to do one running sequence from here, over here, and then just do this jump like that. Don't hold forward. Very important. I see many people do the mistake that they hold forwards in the jump. You have to let go of forwards as soon as she jumps, otherwise she's gonna run down here. Once you land up here, you want to turn left and sprint. Yeah, that's nothing special here. Do a running jump and jump next to those leaves. You will fall through these leaves. And here you need the flare basically. Hello KUD, thank you, thank you. Make sure that you use your flares properly, because I actually just used one to show you where to use it. You will have a flare here normally, and then you want to throw it when you go through the leaves, like here, and you will see that you won't stumble. Now, since I just showed you that I used the flare, I don't have a flare here, so I have to take the stumble, but the ideal strat is that you throw the flare as you go through the leaves, like somewhere here, you want to throw it. And then running jump and another running jump here. This one is a little tricky. You want to skip through the gate, which you can do by doing a swan dive against the gate. And once you're on swan diving, you want to hold action and forwards. Also, thank you, Side, for the good luck. I won't need it. Basically, you can do it slow. You don't have to be fast, but you can do a swan dive, you hold action forwards, and you will see you will skip jungle. The thing is, if you do it this way, you have a texture bar. You cannot avoid it. You have to time a very precise thing if you want to avoid a texture bar. You have to let go of action just as you go through like that. Then you can avoid it. If you have the texture bug, good luck trying to keep going. Your game can crash any moment. Or you just restart the game, works as well, but your game will look terrible if you get this texture bug. So I recommend, to avoid it, don't save in India. That's how you can avoid it. Go through whole India without saving. Or for the tutorial, for the beginning, try to time this maybe. I wouldn't recommend it though. What you can do is you save here in Temple Ruins and then restart the game to fix your texture bug. Your save will not be corrupted. Now I just have to find the game again. It is literally just your state of the game that is kind of corrupted, but once you restart it, it's going to be perfectly fine. So you want to do it in one sequence, but with the sequences in the end you can also like learn from the speedrun itself. I think I don't have to show you the sequences, like more like explaining the glitches is more helpful. Temple Ruins is pretty simple. Sprint over here. Personally, I grab the edge here and just hold action and jump and climb again. You can try to just jump on the slope right away on the highest part and try to go for the grab, which you see in many world record speedruns. Saves about 2-3 seconds, but it's so RNG heavy and annoying that I would not recommend it. Just grab the edge, you're perfectly fine with that. You don't have to go for this jump. Now here, we want to do a running jump with grab against this wall, like that. It's not difficult, you don't have to be precise here, it's just to give you a better position on this wall. If you missed it and you're like, I don't know, over here somewhere, you can also line this up every time. You want to do a corner bug, and the corner bug is probably one of the most used glitches in the whole franchise. You want to be... I'm gonna explain it very detailed for now. We will do it many times, so you might want to repeat this part maybe. For the corner bug, you want to be slightly inside of the tile, right? You don't want to look over the tile like that. You can see my foot is next to the tile, so next to the corner. You don't want to have that position. You have to be on one tile completely with your body. That is still, you can see my foot is still on the second tile. Will not work. That will work. That is also still gonna work. But if you're too far in like that, you will not make it. So it is not that precise, but you have to be somewhere here. Okay, well, this is a little too far left. Like here, somewhere around there. It's not that difficult. Hello, Marco. Well, since half a year, okay, sure. Once you have that, try to aim a little further than 45 degrees. Like, that will work. Everything in this angle will work. Everything like that is perfectly fine. If you go too far like that, you will see that Lara, when you crouch forwards, is just gonna go through. So that means you overshot it. And if you don't go far enough, like that, you will see that Lara gets pushed away. There, you see her getting pushed away. This will not work. If that happens and you see it happens, just turn right again and run again against the wall. It's not really difficult. And do need a tutorial, yes. Tomb Raider 3 any percent tutorial, because the other one is outdated. Thank you, thank you. By the way, Side, I haven't learned your new strat, but I'm gonna mention it when we're there. So the ideal strat here is to do a PFC combined with this. Might be a little tricky, but if you time your inputs, you will be able to do it real quick. So once you have the angle slightly more than 45 degrees in the correct position, hold crouch and crouch forwards, and as soon as she crouches, you want to switch to roll and flare. So you're gonna crouch forwards, I'm gonna save here, and once she moves, hold roll and flare. And you're gonna go over here with a PFC. She's gonna hold an invisible microphone basically. That's a PFC. And when you have a PFC, every single flare cancel will work without a flare. So you're not gonna get any stumbles, as long as you hold a direction. If you stand still, as you just saw, it's gonna disappear. But yeah, crouch forwards, roll and flare, and then just keep running over here. Nothing difficult. Go here and crouch 4 times. Little trick. You will see her not standing up. If you press guns though, she will stand up. So you have to press guns, and we're gonna do another PFC, which we're gonna do by holding flare and forwards again. So not roll this time, we're gonna hold flare and forwards as soon as she stands up. So, guns, flare forwards. And then we can do a dive roll over the slope to avoid sliding. And just sprint through here. PFC will avoid all the stumbles now. Means we will not stumble here. And as long as you keep moving, she's gonna hold the invisible microphone. If you stop, she's gonna put it away. If the wall pushes lower, step next to the wall, better angle. True, you can do that as well if you don't want to turn. It works as well. You can, if you want to do a corner bug, well, I can actually show you on any corner if there is one here. Yeah, we are just gonna take this corner. If you're doing a corner bug and she gets pushed away like that, oh, nice. This, you can also turn and sidestep. It works as well. It's basically the same thing if you turn or if you do a sidestep. In the end, you just have to get the position again. But yeah. If you're not a fan of PFCs, well, you're doomed, because we have to do another one. Here, again, 4 crouches. Very important here, do not forget, you don't want to trigger the Shiva. If you trigger it, your run is dead. You have to avoid triggering the Shiva, and to do that, we will simply run around the trigger. The trigger is in the mud, like in front of us. Here's the trigger. So we're gonna run over this tile and then just run along those bricks. And you're good to go. And we're gonna do this combined with the PFC. So, again, after 4 times, press guns. And as soon as you press it, hold flare and left to turn. And keep moving the whole time. As soon as you stop, she's gonna put it away. Dive roll into here, side flip, and run forwards against the lever. It's a simple sequence. Side flip and jump out. There's not a lot to explain here. Once you understood the PFC, basically, you will get it every time. It's not really difficult. Just jump around the corner here. Nothing too special here either. So yeah, Side, I haven't tested your new strat yet, but I will mention it there. Here, a nice little jump that you can do. You don't have to grab the edge up here. You can go a little right on the slope. Like, we're not gonna jump straight forwards, we're gonna jump a little to the right. Roll. And then jump from this middle tile. And you see you're gonna make this jump. Can be a little difficult to do it in one sequence, but you will see it's not really difficult. It's just a little practice and aiming. Jump from the middle of the higher tile and you're good to go. Here, important, you have to kill every enemy you see. Everyone has to be dead, basically. This is the murder level. So we're gonna kill this monkey on our way. And here are 2 strategies. You can hear the blade already. You can try to go for this in one sequence, you have to be really quick, and then you will make it. But if you do a mistake, you can do a setup to not die, or just hope. Both works. If you want to do the setup, you just pull the lever, side flip, and when you hear the blade hitting, you sprint. Now. And then you can basically sprint through without taking much damage. You still take some, but that's perfectly fine. We don't need that much health. If you want to go for the quick strat, you have to do everything in one motion without mistakes. So kill this monkey. I ran too far. That's already dead if you want to do it. I don't... It's not that easy. So we're gonna kill the monkey. That's already dead again. Dude, when you want to showcase something, it's embarrassing, right? Sprint. There, please, run against the lever. Pull it, and then keep sprinting right away. Dude! Well, I'm gonna die now, you will see it. Yeah, okay, good luck. That's actually the good luck that you can get. I just want to showcase it to you once, how it's looking, if it works. So you pull the lever, and then maybe Lara is gonna... There we go. And then you can sprint through without taking damage. But you have to get the sequence perfectly, otherwise you die. Here, run to the side, shoot the monkey a little, and run to the left side. Basically, if you shoot the monkey and you hit him, you can jump to the lever here and roll, and kill him while rolling. It's one sequence that you do here, and it's a little tricky. Basically, you just have to learn the sequence. If you mess it up, it's not a problem. But this little roll here can save a little bit of time. you want to go a little more than 45 degrees. Like if you don't go far enough, that's barely enough actually. If you don't go far enough, she's gonna roll here and nothing's gonna happen. You can just still line it up simply. We do another corner bug basically. So it's not a lot that you really need to know, just slightly more than 45 degrees roll, and you want to shoot this monkey immediately. Like the monkey is gonna run around this tower in the middle if you shoot him at when you enter the room. And yeah, when you do that, shoot the monkey here. Lara will aim usually, and you sidestep left, and you will have a good corner bug position. As I said, if you don't get this to work, or Lara just doesn't behave, you can always just hop back and line it up manually. Works perfectly fine. Then again, we have the position, don't be too far right, not too far left. So like that's a pretty good position. Then go slightly more than 45 degrees. With a visual you can always use the tile behind it. Like you can see the seam between both tiles here. Try to cover it with the corner, and then you always have more than 45 degrees. Like now it's covered, and then just crouch forwards once. It's not really difficult. Then roll down here, don't press anything, you will be perfectly in front of the lever. If you turn a little left at the top, and just pull it. And now we have the great trapdoor skip. If you don't go for really good runs, for beginners I would not recommend this skip. It saves maybe 15 seconds, maybe 20 if you're really fast. It's not really worth it if you start to run, because it's a really precise trick. If you don't want to do it, if it's too difficult, you can always just swim here and just pull both levers. Like, just pull both levers here and the trapdoor is going to be open and you can just swim out of here. I'm going to explain the trapdoor skip, but as I said, I would not recommend it for the very beginners. You want to turn left and swim 4 times without hitting the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, and aim up against the ceiling, that you get stuck before reaching this. You have to get stuck on the ceiling before you reach the actual trapdoor tile. Now you want to hold down, and while holding down you will see that you keep your angle and you start moving into a direction. Now depending on your angle, like if I go like that, she's gonna go really far. If I go closer to the wall like this, she's actually not gonna go that far. We want to be in the exact position that she starts to move up. Like literally just as she starts to move up, you have to realize it. That's why if I would do it now, she's gonna overshoot it completely. Okay, that's actually barely enough still. You can see her turning now. That's the indicator. That will still work. But basically, if you overshoot it, it doesn't work. You will simply fail. So you hold down here, then line it up, so hands in this direction. Then I go here again. She still didn't move. Now she moves, you can see it. Now turn right, and until you can go down now a little as a visual for you to learn it at the beginning. Turn right until she's going back in the standard position. There you can see it. Now tap left again until you can move down, and then go in slightly more than 45 degrees. Then swim. As you hit the wall, you hold forwards and then hold right. That's the wrong timing. It's very difficult, this skip. It's very difficult. So again, maybe it works now. You swim until she moves forwards. There we go. That's actually nearly too much. So hold up, tap left until she moves, and then add right. It's a very, very difficult skip. I would not recommend it, as I said. So you have to get a feeling for how far she's gonna go depending on your angle here. If you look like directly in that direction, she's gonna go very far. If you look close to this wall, she's not gonna go very far. So you have to get a feeling when she's about to move. Like here, now she's moving. Turn right until you're stuck. Then hold up and tap left until she's moving down. There we go. And then in slightly more than 45 degrees, jump, also swim, hold forwards, and then add right. As I said, maybe just pull the levers if you can't get it to work. It's a very precise thing. Press up, then up sewing? What do you mean, side? I'm not sure what you mean. But yeah, once you're up here, no matter what, if you swim out or if you climb out, you want to do a little sequence on this slope over there. Up there, press right to leave. Yeah, exactly. So you swim up, hold up, and then swim right into the wall to pop out, basically. Yeah, you're right. Where was I? So yeah, you want to sprint to this tile over there after the trapdoor skip, or if you just climb out, doesn't matter, you're gonna be somewhere here. Sprint and then jump onto that slope and do a jump twist. It's not really important if you do this way, I prefer it this way. I know many others do a jump twist here, so they jump up here with a twist and then just jump here. Jump twist somewhere, it's completely up to you. I prefer it the other way, because I can still correct my angle in the air if I miss it. Like, if I jump here, I can still correct my angle and then do the jump here. I prefer tapping right during the second jump, so when I side flip and I do the next running jump here, I have a better position, but that's just your personal feeling, how it's better for you. A little technique that you just saw, during a stumble, you can hold up in the direction. Oh, nice. Well, we have to do it again. You can hold up in the direction, and it's too far, by the way. That happens if you're too far. As I said, the quick turning, if you hold a direction, while you stumble, and you add forwards, you're gonna see Lara turning while stumbling. So we're gonna go here, and then hold up and right, and she's gonna turn while stumbling. It's a nice little sequence called quick turning, nice little technique. It's pretty difficult, I think, if you want to get used to it. In this case it's easy, but if you would not stumble anyway and you want to stumble on purpose, sometimes you mess up some sequences. You will get used to it once you're on such a position. Pull the lever and then try to jump into the ceiling. You want to hit the ceiling to avoid a stumble and then sprint into here. So hit your head on the ceiling, and that way you're not gonna stumble. Yeah, just sprint to the key, there's not a lot to say here. The next sequence, it's not important if you do a normal jump, dive, it's not important, just jump here. A little to the left, that's important, jump a little to the left, otherwise you die. You have to jump somewhere here, it's not that precise, but yeah. Yeah, I added the keyboard, so it's easier to follow my inputs. Pull the lever now. Exactly. We're not in Tomb Raider 4 though. Here, you want to sprint forwards, and then once you're sprinting, let go of sprint and jump. This way, you're going to do a standing jump on this slope. And then, I have a nice visual that I use. Once you perform the running jump here, like once you goes in the air, start adding right. You do a tiny jump here, this one, and then a sprint dive followed by another sprint to the flare. Can be a little difficult at the beginning, but a nice visual for me that helped me at least learning this. You want to hold right once you go into the air. So now right, and then just keep holding all the buttons and do a sprint here, sprint dive to avoid stumbling on the stairs, and you have to pick up those flares. Can you show the GUI strategy? There is no GUI strategy. I think there is no GUI strategy here. Yeah, we have two GUIs. The GUI who is not a mod is Sight, trying to troll me. Here, what you want to do is you want to backflip and then walk. You want to walk on the next stair. And then once she's walking, hold jump up and left. You want to hit the left wall a little, and then you see you're gonna go over this boulder. There's not a lot to say here. Just don't be on the very right, otherwise you're gonna stumble. So go a little on the left, then hold walk, and do a running jump up here. Once you go onto the stair. Go the left way, it's faster. And yeah, fun fact by the way here, if you crouch, you don't die. As long as you're in front of a crawl space, you don't die if there's a boulder. Doesn't matter for you, I just wanted to show you a fun fact. I mean, inside, you can do it, don't worry, I know who you are. Now here, kill the monkeys, you have to kill them. If you don't kill them, your run is dead. So you have to kill them no matter what. And then you want to use your flare here. You have to use a flare to do a trigger, like a remote trigger to flip the map manually. It sounds strange, you don't have to know the techniques, but basically we're standing on a trigger which is a flip map, and this is a flip map as well, and we want to skip this trigger. So we're gonna throw a flare down here, so the game thinks we are still on that flare once we perform the next glitch. It's some weird techniques in this game. If there's nothing on the map besides a flare, the game thinks we are the flare and triggers that. Very strange, but basically that's the idea behind this thing. You drop a flare here, and we're gonna go down, use a key, and immediately do a corner bug to go into no space really quick, so the game thinks we're still up here. Hello Julian, welcome, welcome, hope you're doing well. Yagui has a jump there, true, a jump without walk over the boulder, but it's not really worth it. It's not consistent and you lose a lot of health. That's why I wouldn't recommend it, but basically here. Drop the flare on this tile, very important, it has to be this tile. Re-grab the ladder 4 times, and then just do a roll and use the key. Nothing too special here. Now here a nice little sequence for the corner bug. Sidestep, turn a little, press up and correct your angle. Gives you a good position every time. You might want to get used to it. If you can't get it, just hop back, run against the wall, it always works. You just have to be fast enough that the flare is still running. If the flare goes out, it doesn't work anymore, you run instead. You have to have the flare running. And then just do a corner bug, but don't let go of crouch this time. This time, don't let go of crouch. You want to turn left once, and then do another PFC, and sprint up here. I explained PFCs earlier, I think you might get used to them by now. And just pull the lever, turn around, maybe get the crystal, can save you some health, and pull both levers. Nice, Julian. Well, my day is going pretty well as well. Not a lot going on here. Yeah, just another casual sprint dive to avoid the stumble on the slope, on the stair. Not a lot. Now, a nice little technique here that you may want to get used to. If you sprint, you will see that you always bonk if you hit a wall. If you hold action and forwards, she's not gonna bonk, she's gonna climb immediately. So once you go in here and you sprint, hold action and forwards, and she's gonna climb. Nice little strat, saves maybe a second. Professor Ice Diana Jones, exactly. The strat here might be a little weird. It took a long time until I got used to this sequence, so I might want to give you a little explanation for this one. You want to sprint, and as soon as she sprints, like literally as soon as she sprints, let go of sprint. And then only hold left. Like, I aim for the pool, as soon as she sprints, let go of everything and just start timing your left input, and you will get stuck on this wall or on the lever. If you don't get it, you will jump somewhere into this pool, it's really annoying. But yeah, that's basically how I do it. You sprint in this room, as soon as she sprints, let go and time your left input, and you will get a quick lever. Now don't roll, it's slightly faster to actually just swim this way instead of rolling. It does make a big difference, and you want to draw a fake flare, so when she picks it up here, while picking up you press flare. Not a lot to say here, just press flare when she picks it up and climb out here. The reason why we do this is we're gonna have a fake flare, which is not gonna remove a flare out of the inventory. And we can keep sprinting, hold action here again, and then climb up with a crouch and throw the flare immediately. Basically this saves 1 frame, maybe 2. Tiny thing, but it's literally 3 times. If you know how to do it, you don't have to, it's not a big difference, but yeah. Just use the key here. And hope for the Shiva not to kill you. The Shiva can be really annoying here. And now one of the most annoying setups probably. Jump in the middle of this ladder, like here. Somewhere here. I actually just did a strat you don't have to do. Don't do this arm strat. It's not important. Just climb up in the middle here. Throw this flare away. You're gonna make it if you jump normally. If you jump on the ladder with action, you might get some RNG grab. It's super annoying. Just jump without action on this ladder. So you jump neutral and then grab it. Now, once you climbed up somewhere in the middle, you do a running jump, 2 side flips right, and then do a crouch turn forwards left. If you do that, you have to hope the position worked, sidestep right, and hold roll. It's a setup for this rolling corner bug, the RCB. It is super annoying, because it actually fails sometimes. There's not a lot to say here, really. If the position at the ladder is wrong, the outcome will not work here. To get up here, you might want to, you may roll through, like you make it this position. But nice, I actually just got it. It's a very precise glitch. You may get a position like that, and then roll through like that. That can happen very often. In this case, I would not recommend going back to the ladder, because the spike ball is going to be there and kill you. You can try a little strat that I used to use is I go somewhere here, like a little into the wall, and then look straight into it, like literally straight into it. And then you crouch forwards and left, sidestep, and redo it. I did this strat back then, but now if you go for good paces, you actually just YOLO this. You try to get the 45 degrees angle and then just roll through. I'm surprised it works that often, it's a really precise glitch. But yeah, you just want to hold roll, nothing else there. And if it fails, I would recommend to go for this strat, just look straight into the wall. And then, it might be a little left, just gonna go through probably. Oh, still worked. But yeah, that's basically the goal. If you roll on the spot, you were a little too far right. If you roll through, you angled a little too far left. That's the two outcomes. And then here, just walk to the lever, draw a flare when you go to the next one. We need this flare now, because we're gonna sprint down, and you will see we're gonna throw another flare, and we avoid the stumble, and just sprint to the block. Tiny little optimizations with the sprint sequences, if you sprint onto the stair to cancel the sprint animation, but there's not a lot really important that you need to know. Now here, sprint into this boulder. It's weird, but for some reason if you sprint into this boulder, which is stuck by the way, the boulder will not come out, you can sprint through the door. I also forgot to mention, don't pull the block. If you pull the block too early, to avoid the RCB, your room is completely fucked. Like, the flip map is completely screwed, and your game will probably not behave anymore. So you have to do this RCB, and pull the block afterwards. The game just gets confused by the flip map glitch that we did earlier. So sprint into the boulder here, and when you get stuck here, hold right. I'm just gonna go through. It's a very weird strat, but for some reason the boulder has a huge hitbox to push you through. And in one sequence it looks like that. You want to hit the boulder and then hold right. And you're gonna go through. Do a running jump on that block. And here is the nice Shiva sequence, which many people do wrong. I do it wrong as well, by the way, in runs. So the strategy is basically to shoot the Shiva and hop back every time it tries to hit you, and then go forwards again. And because we use the Japanese version, we deal double damage with our guns, which means they die faster. So you side flip, quick turn, hold up and right to quick turn. It doesn't take damage while it's loading. And then when she changes her aim here, run to the Shiva and shoot the whole time. And don't be scared it's gonna hit you. Every time it tries to hit you, hop back and run to it again. And after 3 times, it's gonna run to you once, and you will get used to it. You will see it now. So you shoot it, run to it, hop back, and then every time it tries to hit you, hop back and run again. Then turn around once this dies, hop back, run again. Hop back, run again. Hop back, run. And if you're able to keep track of Lara's position, you will be able to land on the scimitar right away. It's kind of difficult during the fight though. And just pick up both. Alright, Gui, have a good evening then. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe see you later. Basically here there's not a lot to say really. You just have to get used to the fight and to the technique. I would recommend to watch Eric's run maybe, he has a really cool sequence to do it. But in the end you just have to practice it every time and you will get used to it, to not take damage. Now, it's ideal if you don't use a small medipack. You can survive with this health here, it's gonna be close, but you will be surviving usually. Now, if you use a small medipack, you can only use the small. Don't use the large medipack. You have to use the large medipack in the next level. If you use the small medipack here, there is a little RNG in Caves of Kaliya where you die. It's very small. It's a very small chance that you die, but it exists. So if you use it here, you have to hope you're not going to die. Otherwise you have a backup with the medipack for Tony, but you don't have to use it. Like, you can survive with this health. Try to survive as long as possible. Here, backflip, twist and roll with a flare so you can throw it right away. And then just sprint down here, around the corner and grab the edge here. Once you're in the middle of this tile, hold the direction of the wall, like in that case it's right. If you grab on the other side you have to hold left obviously. And then just turn, and yeah, you're good to go here. Not a lot to say here either. Backflip twist, followed by a running jump, and then sprint and do a diving roll here. So you get a good sequence in here, sprint again. You have to learn the position of the levers. Eventually you can do it blind. Hold both and then run down and pick up the key. Now, a nice little technique here. Sometimes it looks like you're way too far, but it's actually just your angle. For this key, it's very normal to think she's too far away. Like if I'm standing somewhere here, she will not pick it up. She actually still does it. It's kind of strange. This key has a super strange hitbox when you pick it up. But basically, sometimes you're in a position where she doesn't want to pick it. Yeah, here, she doesn't pick it. In case you're here, just turn around and she's gonna pick it eventually. There you go. It's a very strange key. Or jump to water, fall without grab. Do not take damage, slow but safe. Which part are you talking about exactly, Sight? The water, I suppose when you backflip, twist down that little thing from the key item. The thing is, you have the small medipack. Like, if you're literally on 1 HP, like if there's only black in the health bar, then use the small medipack. You want to use it then. But otherwise, I would recommend just keep going with this health. Here, nice little strat. You want to do the running jump just as you run down the stair. Oh, next, yeah, I'm gonna explain this next level site. Not now. I'm gonna explain it when we're there. Oh, that's what you mean, okay. Here, I see many people do this thing, like they jump here, and then you have the little air time. Little strat, jump when you go down the stair, and you will see, now, she's gonna grab it right away. Nice little optimization. You can do it, it's not really difficult, I believe in you. Pick up the key, sprint down here. In best case you sprint down the stairs, otherwise you get a little fall and your sprint cancels. And use the first 2 keys. If you want, you can actually pick up the crystal over there. There's a crystal on my left. You can pick it. I would not recommend it. You can use the small medipack and just hope. Backflip twist, roll into here, and then swim to the lever. Now again, don't roll. It's slightly faster to turn around and swim. And then a little visual. Try to turn right on the 2nd or 3rd tile off the wall. There you turn right. Like now. That's too early, I miscounted. Nice. I can still make it though. Yeah, you can still make it. But usually you want to do it a little later. I literally just miscounted. That's the tile that you want. And then turn into this direction. And you're good to go. You will take a little damage if you hit the spike wall, but yeah, usually you don't die with the health. And then just pick up the key. Another fake flare that we draw here. So draw the fake flare as you pick it up. When she's picking it, draw and climb out. You can look for the Shiva. This is bad RNG, so we have to use the small probably. It can be completely around the wall on the other side of the room. It's basically RNG where the Shiva is. And then sprint. If you want to use the fake flare, you can throw it here to skip the little stumble animation and then just run in here. I usually do a swan dive. Not a lot to say. It's literally just watching. Temple Ruins is not a lot to explain. Genjis, the start, turn a little left, like that, backflip twist, and keep holding left. And you see you will jump over this thing. You have to jump in the river here. If you get stuck, I just want to show you, if you don't turn far enough, let's say I jump right away. Not there, you get stuck here. That's not the outcome that I meant. You might get the outcome where she gets stuck on the block. There. If that happens, swim against the ground. If you swim against the ground, Lara doesn't get affected by the current as much as if you would just swim straight forwards, so yeah. Try to dodge some fishes maybe, you need health here. Hello Daisy. You blame Gui? Nice, but Gui literally just left. Yeah, thank you, Daisy. You just follow the river here. And don't go too far right here. You have to be a little distance to the wall. And draw a flare. You need a flare now. Here, we have a nice strategy which is kind of random. You want to swim into this little thing here, like this little block. You want to get stuck here. Now, you turn left and up, and you will see that she's gonna get a very weird animation. That's what you want to get, basically. We want the current to push us into the block. Welcome back, Bianca. Yeah, this is Said, the fake queen. So yeah, get stuck here, swim against this. You will see you cannot even turn left. You will get stuck eventually, no matter what. And then just hold up and left. There is an outcome, which I probably will not get now, because I want to have it, where you get stuck. Never mind, I got it right away. If this happens, turn around to the left and swim against the ground again. Like, you know, if you swim against the ground, the current will not affect you. Turn around and correct to the right again, as you get stuck in the river. And same thing, you get stuck, hold up and left, and try again. You can get this outcome 3 times in a row sometimes, it's super annoying, it's random. And I would recommend you, there are different strategies of doing the next jump. My personal strategy is actually to do a running jump right away. It feels easier. Well, I literally just overshot it, beautiful. Nice outcome. Swim into the river, hold right again, up and left. Now, do a running jump right away. That's how I do it. Otherwise, your distance for the running jump is different if you wait first. And when you do this running jump, you want to land slightly on the left, like here. That's where you want to land, and she was gonna stumble. Hold action and forwards, and she's gonna go into here. It's hard to explain slow, because there's a lot of things going on here that you need to do right away. Yeah. That's the fast strat. Running jump right away. Jump here, and hold action and forwards as soon as she stumbles. So yeah, she stumbles, and then hold action and forwards, and she's gonna go through here. And that's where you do a flare cancel. Now, if you cannot get this to work, there's a setup where, nice outcome again, where you swim, you walk against this edge here, and then I'm gonna drop the flare, otherwise I'm gonna die now. You want to aim a little bit left of this corner. You can see the corner in front of me where we just stumbled on. Aim a little bit left, like literally just slightly, like that. If you go too far right like this, it's not gonna work. Like somewhere here. This is gonna work. That's perfectly fine, but it's a little precise now. Somewhere in this angle you want to be, then do hop back, and running jump with action and hold action the whole time. Action forwards the whole time. This. And just hold it the whole time. It's a setup you can use if you cannot get the running jump to work. I would not recommend it, because it's annoying as well. For me at least, but maybe it helps you. Personally, I do this strategy. And then hold action forwards, flare cancel, and sprint around the corners here. Sprint roll, jump, and yeah, but just the sequence here. You want to do another corner box, so line up here. It might be a little too far away. Crouch forwards. And then sprint here and grab the edge. You have to sprint, otherwise you will not grab. Shimmy against the wall. You have to shimmy here against the wall, otherwise it will not work. You have to shimmy against the wall. Shimmy right once, climb up. We're doing a very precise jump now with the setup, so you have to do this correctly. You want to jump forwards and right and add action right away. Like you add jump, and as soon as you press jump, add up, right, and action. Like that. And you're gonna make this jump. And when she stumbles, then let go of all the inputs. Then just walk to the edge here, step left, walk forwards, hop back, walk forwards. Now, that's the setup itself. If you did something wrong, this jump will not work now. There are two strategies of doing this jump. Either you open the inventory, and when it closes, hold up and right, up and left, and do a running jump. And you will make this jump. The reason why we open it is we have to press up and left at the exact same time. And the second strategy is to use look. So you hold look, up and left, and let go of look, and then do a running jump. Both works. Looking is faster, because you can let go of look right away. Like with look, if you have the timing, you can do this, and you're really fast. In the end, it's your preference, whatever you want to do. And sprint dive down the slope here, and run down the edges. Now we have to use the large medipack here. So we run around here. Here we have to use the large one. It's very important. If you had to use it earlier, if you really had to, you can also just, it's the wrong position, you can just slide down here and don't press anything. And then climb up on the right side. This is a tutorial, yes, Daisy, this is a tutorial. If you don't have the large anymore, that's the backup. You can still make it by jumping here and don't grab, just go here. No, I was not teaching for sight. That's a whole tutorial now, because nobody did it before. If you have the large, as we have in that case, we're gonna get monkeyed. Nice. There are two strategies here. One is difficult, one is easy. The difficult one saves maybe a second. Difficult one is not that. You're gonna die if that happens. You want to jump on that little block here and roll on this slope. And you will see we're gonna slide down here. And with that sliding animation, we actually survive it barely. Now, the difficult part is the stair walk that we have to do. So if you want to do this, you want to run forwards, and you have to correct your angle in the air already. And then hold forwards here. When you turn, you can see she's gonna get a little animation where she wants to run into that block but gets pushed every time. Once you get that, hold forwards and add left. And she's gonna run up. It's a super annoying thing in my opinion. Saves maybe a second, maybe two. But yeah, that's how it looks like. You roll here, grab the edge. Optimal strat is to use a flare as well. You can flare cancel this. Turn around, stair above, and you're good to go. So with a flare cancel that I didn't show you, you have to use a flare cancel here to save even more time. Roll here. Flare cancel, jump forwards, saves time, and then do this thing. And then just keep sprinting into a sprint dive into the next level. So if you don't want to do this, alternative strat, I used the flare too late, I can still grab. You jump on this slope, the left one. If you jump on the left one, you can also do a flare cancel. What is going on with that ground? What? I haven't seen that before. You basically do a little sequence, flare cancel, jump forwards, jump to the left, and sprint dive. It's the exact same thing. And then just sprint into here, roll, and you're done. Congrats, you finished Ganges. So this is pretty easy now. You just have to learn the route. Hold up and left. Do a little sprint around the wall here. Follow this way. And now here, crouch forwards once. Draw a flare and do a running jump here. You have to draw the flare here already, because we want to flare cancel something now. Now crouch 5 times. At the 6th time you want to hit the left side. You just saw me, I just hit the left drop here slightly. If you do that, you can turn now and go down right away, even though the angle is not really good. It's a little tricky you can do. No matter what, if you miss that, it doesn't matter. You just have to drop down somewhere here. Flare cancel, turn left, sprint around both corners here, and go through the crawl space. The optimal route is you crouch 5 times and you make it. Sometimes you get stuck here, as you can see. You have to change your angle and then she's gonna run. Oh, it's kind of a weird strat. But yeah, then you want to sprint, hit the wall. If you hit the walls, your angle will change and you can do that easier. It's kind of tricky here. You cannot sprint around the corner right away. Like the corner's a little buggy. You cannot sprint around the corners immediately, and that's why you have to hit the walls to like correct your angle. That's why you do it. Ja. Nee, die sind aus dem Haus und aus dem Keller. Ich habe die Batterie nur rausgemacht, weil die gepiepst haben die ganze Zeit. Aus dem Keller ist einer. Direkt am Eingang. Ja, direkt am Eingang. Yeah, that's basically the little strat. You want to hit the wall, because if you don't, you will see you will not make it. You're gonna get bonked somewhere by the wall. I actually just got a sprinting corner block. And if you hit the wall, your angle will correct every time. In the end, just try it out. You will find a way. 2 running jumps, flare again, sprint into the hole, throw it, and sprint again. Not a lot to say here either. It's literally just learning. And then crouch into here. You just have to learn the route. I will, Daisy. Here, there are 2 strategies, actually. It's both the same speed. The easy strategy is probably what everybody does. It is that you do a jump here. Well, I actually just failed because I was too far away. Jump, and jump with grab. That's the easy strategy. Now I do it a little different. Also, hello Ricardo. You're on YouTube, yeah. So the strat that I do is I crouch here, PFC, and then run down the edges and roll just before reaching it. That way you will not turn around, you will roll forwards. Fun fact, Tony doesn't take any damage before he turns the room into lava. So it doesn't matter, you just have to shoot when he's activating the lava. Running jump when... Oh, that's, by the way, that's a perfect example of the bad RNG. You're gonna die now. That happens if you get the bad RNG that I said earlier. That's why you need the small medipack. Well, perfect showcase, right? So, no matter which strat you do, personally I do the PFC here. And sprint down, run down, doesn't really matter. So, shoot Tony, and when he shoots the first time and his fire hits the ceiling, do a running jump. So no, just do a running jump. Normally you don't die, there is the chance. And grab the artifact while crouching.
This could have been you.
Oh my god, Ricardo! Thank you so much for the 2741! Oh my god, thank you very much, Ricardo, that's really kind of you. Yeah, Gui didn't do the tutorial, little hint. Gui was actually not interested in making the tutorial for years. Months, not years. So I decided to do it instead. So thank you very much, Ricardo, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much, thank you. I really appreciate it. Well, I hope, Ricardo, this tutorial is going to be up to date for the longest time you can imagine now, so we don't have to do it again. But yeah, thank you so much, Ricardo, that's really kind. You don't have to watch this, you can press inventory or escape and skip this. And we go to Nevada. The order is very important, we have to do Nevada first. It's very important. Yeah, I hope I'm gonna help a lot. That is true, Ricardo, I'm hoping to help all of them. Yeah, thank you very much, that's really kind. Already a little strat, you want to jump when you slide onto the second tire. If you jump too early, you stumble. A little strat, so you slide down. Now you jump. And then sprint, and we do a corner bump. Again here, not a lot, just learning. Jump over this slope, and do a corner bump here. Crouch forwards once. Again, slightly more than 45 degrees, and have the correct position. You can always line it up. Only downside here is you can see that there are some jealous runners who actually want to steal your PB at the moment, and those jealous runners do everything to prevent you from keeping going. That's the downside of this room. I don't think that's gonna happen, Bianca. Yeah, true, we can always do some tiny videos to like add information to the video, and also if anybody has questions, like the comments are there. I'm always happy to answer something in the comments as well. So here, hold up and right to get a quick turn at the top, just as you stand up, and sprint around this slope, and do another corner block here. It's kind of difficult to get the sequence here, I messed it up. And you see the jealous runner is right behind us. You see that? I messed it up again, dude. You can kill them. You can kill them and you're perfectly fine. They're super annoying. Like seriously, those birds are super annoying. If you're really fast, they don't interrupt you, but if you do any mistake, they're gonna get you. You can kill them if you want to, but in the best case, you can actually just do the sequence, jump over the slope, corner bar, hold up and right to get the quick turn, sprint, sprint around this corner, get the correct line up here, and crouch forwards. Now here, turn a little left, like that, and side forward. This way you will see if you hold up now while falling down, you're gonna get pushed. You have to hold up while hitting the water. And yeah, that's the tiny strategy to optimize this. And climb out. Blaming Kirsch, you always have to blame someone, right? Most of the time blaming the engine is the best though. Here, just sprint and do a sprint dive. You don't have to do a sprint dive, you can also just sprint down and hit the wall here to get in that position. What we want to do is a swimming corner bar. Swimming corner bars are similar to normal corner bars, but we swim into a corner, we don't crouch. Means that on that position it will work. Fun fact, you can hold walk and a direction. Many people don't know this, I don't know why. That's actually still working. Now it gets close, and all of that is fine here. Now it's getting a little too far left. So somewhere in the middle here. Like, it doesn't really matter. There are two strategies here. There's an iced tea strategy that nobody does again, even though it's good. The main strategy is to swim, and as soon as she swims, you hold action forwards. And there you go. So you swim, and when she goes in the water, then you hold action forwards. Again, important, you have to have an angle of more than 45 degrees. If you don't, you're gonna get pushed, like that. Or if you overshoot it, then she's not gonna go in there either. Like if you go here somewhere, she's just gonna go through. There are also some annoying outcomes that I have sometimes, which are even worse. Like if you're on the very right here, and you miss the angle, she's gonna get pushed super far away. Like, I don't know, she's searching for Africa in the US. It's super annoying, this thing. But if you have it, then the easy strategy is actually to just hold action and forwards as soon as she swims. There you go. My last setup in Nevada, left step then climb up. Oh, you just explained this. The thing is, I've never done it. We have the message here in the chat on screen. The message is also going to be on YouTube, so people can try that out. I can also link your video in the description if I don't forget. I'm going to explain it when we're there. There's a little new strategy that even I haven't tried yet. But for this thing, there's also another strategy, which is super weird. I don't know why it works, but it's the iced tea strategy. Instead of holding up and action, we hold up and down. And you see, she keeps running right away. Like, we have a tiny stumble if we hold action. With this strategy, she runs right away. It's very strange, but if you overshoot this timing, you fall down again. That's the downside. Like, if you hold it too long, she's gonna roll down. That's the problem. But yeah, that's the iced tea strategy. So, if you want to be an absolute Chad, you hold up and down and do this running jump. It saves, I think, 0.3 seconds. So it's not really worth it, but nobody does it. I do it every time because it works for me. Yeah, many people don't recommend it. Even I, for beginners, would recommend just hold action and forwards and you're good to go. And then just do a running jump next to the slope. Sprint dive over the slope again to not slide. And then just run to this corner here, to this ledge here, and you want to climb up. On controller this is not doable. Yeah, on my strategy cannot be done on controller. You can play on controller or keyboard, doesn't matter. It both works. Yeah. It's personal preference. This strategy just doesn't work on controller. Now here there's a new setup, which was literally discovered 2 days ago from the site. I've never done it, I cannot explain it to you, but it's similar to this one, so once you understood this one, it's gonna be the same thing. You climb up on the right, and then once you climb up, make sure, but very important, don't hold the direction. If you hold like up and left and then climb, your angle is changed. You have to have a good angle, so only hold up and action. Sidestep right, roll, hop back twice, jump forwards, crouch turn right, so crouch forwards and turn right by 45 degrees, and then tap up, just slightly tap it, and then she's gonna do one animation of running. Now here, you have to do a jump, which is annoying, because if you hold jump too long, she's gonna get stuck. There, you can see she gets stuck, and then this is screwed sometimes. You're gonna do a co-op, and this co-op is annoying, so I would recommend to let go of jump as soon as she jumps. So now let go already. And then you have this weird animation where she jumps into nowhere and gets interrupted. And what we're gonna do is basically this thing here. That's what we're trying to do. And we want to use this to skip this room. Now, there are two strategies here. Again, personally, I prefer a strategy that looks like she's actually embedding the whole time. Basically, it's faster, but it's a little harder to do because you have to correct her angle the whole time. If you miss it once, she's gonna go into the wall at the wrong moment. So, running jump, and you jump when Lara is going down the stair. Like she's gonna go down a stair here. You can see it, she just went down the stair, and then you jump. Jump. Now, if you don't want to do it, the strat that I am going to do, just hold right once she's getting pushed down here. Just hold right here. And she's gonna go into the co-op state. Now, what you want to do is you want to run into the wall with that, just next to the slope. Don't hit the slope. If you hit the slope, this is gonna be really bad. It's not gonna work, you have to redo it. So you want to hit the wall like here. That might be a little too far away even. Oh, it actually worked. And there you go, you skipped it. Now that's, in my opinion, harder. Many people say that's easier, but the lining up is really annoying. So that's the strategy that we used to do. We don't do it anymore because it's slightly slower. Jump and, well, I missed the timing. Jump when you go down the stair and hold right when you hit the wall. And then she's gonna go in that state. And then run into the wall here. And there you go. Again, you can do a flare cancel here. You have to get a feeling for that, but you can draw a flare here as well. And then do that with a flare. And then cancel it. Can be tricky to do everything at the same time for beginners. The other strategy that we use now is that we tap right. We don't hold it. Like the beginning is the same. We jump here, but once we hit the wall, we literally just tap it. Like that. And then once we tapped it, she's gonna go into a weird state where she's like a magnet to the wall. And she's not gonna move away. Now you have to get a feeling for how long to hold right. You can see my inputs, and you have to hold right the way I do it. Like, that's how you do it. You can see every time I let go, she's embedding. And you have to prevent her from embedding each time. However, if you hold it too long, she's gonna go back into the other strategy. You will see it. We tap it here. If we hold it too long, she's actually gonna go back into this weird state. So, okay, that's actually really annoying. She even runs out here. Don't mess it up, it can be super annoying. That doesn't happen every time. Sometimes this happens. If you jump on slide when Lara co-op, back Lara die. Yeah, I know what you mean, Slide, but that's not gonna happen. That cannot be done. But that's a nice little fact, yes. If you co-op and you run onto a slope and you jump, you sometimes die. It can happen. But yeah, usually this doesn't happen. Not here, at least. So yeah, you have to get a feeling for the timing. I cannot really explain it. You literally just have to hold right. And you have to get a feeling for when you hold right here. That's a super fast quad. That's super fast actually. All I can tell you is that you have to embed in the wall in one or another way, doesn't matter which one you do, slightly before the slope. If you hit the slope, it's not going to work. You have to do it just before the slope. If you're too far away, it's also not going to work. So tap right, that's a better one. And get a feeling for how long to hold right, and here you embed. Sprint and hold action to not get a stumble. Here, nice little strat. You do another PFC after crouching once. If you do it too early, she's gonna get stuck forever. PFCs make you soft lock. So you stand up and hold flare and forwards. Sprint down, do a sprint dive. You can see our PFC prevents every single stumble. Sprint dive very late and jump down here. And sprint again. You can get poisoned here, doesn't matter. And now you want to walk to the edge. What we're gonna do is a skip for this quad that we usually have to take, and we have to use a visual. Now you can see the vertical lines between each part of the fence. Like you can see, and it should be about 8 lines in total, and my head is on the first one at the moment. This is the second line, that's the third line. You need to use the third line from the right. The third line. That's what you need to use. And yeah, Said, I have never tried your setup, and I want to make a tutorial now. That's why I'm not gonna try setups that I've never tried before now. That's why, if you understand this way of doing it, then try yourself. You will see it's the same thing, just different movement at the beginning. But since it's something I've never tried before, I'm not gonna go over it now. Now, for this thing again, third one from the right, it has to be this one, and then use her left leg. You can see the line between her butt at the moment, and that's actually the visual. It has to be on the part where her left leg begins. Here. Maybe slightly more even, like that. That is working. And once you have this angle, hop back, do a running jump and hold action. And she's gonna grab the fence. Yeah, the line actually has to be on her butt there. If you miss it, by the way, you simply fall down. It's perfectly fine if you miss it. Like, let's miss it on purpose. She's gonna do that. Nice, she didn't. You will fall down here. It's perfectly fine. You're gonna get a stumble, but don't run into this fence. If you run into this fence, this is gonna happen. It's super precise jump. I don't know how I just kind of YOLO'd this thing. Oh nice, we're back here. So, yeah, it's not a problem if you get a stumble there, but don't run into the fence, you're gonna die. Jump down here. Hello Twilight, hello, welcome. And then walk on the edge. Like that. Line up, left leg again, left leg, third one from the right, hop back, running jump with action, and climb by crouching. Saves the frame. A little thing that I haven't said because it was not a thing until now. Don't skip cutscenes too early. If you skip a cutscene while it's still fading in, you're gonna get the texture bug. And the texture bug, you've seen it in Jungle. It's annoying. You don't want to have it. This is the run. Well, it's gonna be. We're gonna finish this run no matter what, right? Yeah. That's Nevada Desert. It's not really difficult. Same for loading, by the way. Don't load while it's fading in. Saving is fine, but not loading. Well, it's pretty much both, isn't it? It's jinxing at the same time. High security compound, you will hate this level. Because it's super RNG heavy. And your game can crash here sometimes if the prisoner just decide to ruin your fun. Now, the beginning, you want to jump backwards and roll immediately off this edge. Sprint around in a little angle and press that button. Now, sprint again to get away from the guard. Don't take too much damage of him. This sequence can be a little tricky. In the end, it's something where you also just have to get used to. just try it a few times. This sequence is not really difficult, it just requires some practice. So here we have the block skip. Block skip is same as trapdoor. It's one of the hardest ones in the whole run probably. I wouldn't recommend it. What I would recommend for very beginners is to actually just go around this block in the middle and push both blocks back, you know, dev intended way. Happens to casual runners all the time at the end of Nevada. Whole drive while the cutscene comes in. Yeah, this is something that is very common. Don't skip anything during the fade in. It's gonna break the textures and it looks very weird. Well, Bianca, I will probably not do that. It's gonna be too exhausting. For this thing, now, very important, don't be in the middle. If you want to do the block skip and you want to try being a Chad, don't be here. That will not work. I don't know why, but for some reason, the distance to the wall matters. Like, this is not working. If you grab the block here, it's working. If you grab the block here, it's working as well. But in the middle, it's broken. Don't ask me why, we just have to accept that the game is unique. And best way is to grab here, because you have a short jump distance, but you can also grab it on the right. Just don't be in the middle. Then grab it and push it once. Now, it's followed by a side flip left, hop back, and now it's gonna be fun. Because this thing will take some time to learn. You want to do a crouch forwards and left to change your angle. Now crouch forwards 3 times, and you have to do this in one motion. If you do it slow, there is a high chance you're gonna fail. She's gonna go through. So you will see if I do it slow, this sequence, she will probably go through. Okay, it's the worst. Lucky here. But if you do it slow, there is a chance it will not work. So I would recommend to do this in one sequence and yeah, just get a feeling for when to press which buttons. So you turn around, 3 crouches, guns forwards. And then you will get stuck in this corner. Now, don't hold anything besides up here. Once you're stuck here, you have to actually get stuck. If you do the next step too early, you will get trolled, because you're going to get in this state and you will not be able to move if you do it too early. If you should get that, recovery, hold left, in case you get stuck and you cannot move, and you're back here. Now, that's obviously not the goal, so what we're doing is we do the sequence again and get stuck in the ceiling. To do that, the sequence, hold forwards a little bit, and then while holding forwards, keep holding it the whole time here, tap jump. And now you will see you can move. Now, important, always hold up. Do not let go of up the whole time. You have to hold it. Now, you have to learn 3 camera visuals. And I'm going to go over the strategy that I use as well. It costs about 3 seconds if you do this, but it works much more. It works much more. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but yeah, you know what I mean. It works much better if you do it this way. You will see that if you turn now, you will get camera changes. That's the main camera, that's the first change, that's the second change, and it's gonna go back to the main camera. You have to know all those changes, because you have to know when you overshoot the last one. Now we're back at the main one. You have to see that, that's the first visual. Go back and the camera waits far away. Now, keep holding up obviously, because any move besides that is gonna push you around. And now go back in the other direction, so tap right again until you get the camera that is very close. Here, that's the camera you need. If you hold too long, she's gonna go back in that state, this will not work. You're gonna fail. The slower strategy which costs 3 seconds is the only one I can explain you here, because the other one I don't even understand it myself. It's very weird. It's like kind of YOLOing this camera turn. And basically, you have this camera which is far away. You hold up, tap right that it gets close. And when you're here, you hold left until she gets stuck. She's gonna get pushed 3 or 4 times and then let go of left. There. That is actually one of the bad outcomes. You will have different outcomes here. This is kind of toxic. If you have this outcome, can happen on both things, by the way. Both setups, doesn't matter if you go for the slow or fast one, this happens because the angle is not really consistent. You can still try to recover by turning now right and holding roll. You will get out here. Sometimes you will pop out at the top, sometimes down here. In the end, you give it in the hand of the game. That's the thing. If you press walk, what side says, if you press walk, you turn a little slower, but you actually kind of want to be faster. Because if you go like that, literally barely into this angle, like here, you're also going to get stuck. You want to go a little over this, but usually you're not going to get the bad frame. Let's overshoot a little, like that. If you overshoot it completely, you're also going to fail it, so yeah. If you have this angle, close camera, when you come from the right side, hold left, actually get stuck here, and that's the outcome that you want. If you have this outcome, you did it correct. Now, what you want to do, hold up and right until the camera comes back, there, and immediately let go, and now hold roll. And you went through the block. Now that's the slowest strat, which costs 3 seconds. The fastest strat is YOLOing all of this pretty much without camera angles. You don't even need to turn here at the end. You will see that if you watch the world record, it's super strange. You have literally no time to react. I would not recommend it. I can't even do it myself really, so I cannot even explain to you really how it works. But that's basically how you get this thing to work. So go over it, you want the far camera, go back by tapping right, and then hold left. Again, meme outcome. Are we gonna recover? This time... Yes, this time we recovered. Don't ask me why, the game just decides to. This time it liked us. I know, 2 minute 3 is special, isn't it? But yeah, I wanted to show you the main outcome again that you want to get with the camera. So you go here, hold right, left I mean, sorry, so hold left to move backwards when you let go forwards. Now, hold up and right, it changes, hold roll. There you go. Now here, I'm gonna turn, sprint, and then jump over the barbed wire and grab the edge. You can sprint through here, you will have enough health. Just sprint through, hop back, backflip twist, and tap action, but don't hold it. If you hold it, you die. Hold it. Don't hold it. Don't hold it. So you're gonna drop in here by just tapping it. Then roll and do a sprint dive over this. That can happen. If that happens, the game actually didn't like you again. It's actually your fault in that case. Then just sprint over here and tap the button yourself. If that works, that's not the outcome that you want to get. The question is, did I save? I did not. Okay, let's do this again quickly. Our camera, hold left. Nice outcome. Gotta love the game, right? Thank you, game. Appreciate it. So jump over the barbed wire. That was too early. Yep, too early. Unfortunate, you don't die though. Now let's quickly break the pyramid. And then sprint through the barbed wire. Hello Kish. 2 minute 3 any percent tutorial, yes. Backflip twist, tap action, don't hold it, roll, and here, as I said, sprint over the vent below you. Yeah, well, that's that's not the vent, that's actually your death. Sprint over it. It happened again, there's no way. Sprint over it maybe. Dude, what is going on? The game is not letting me. Game? Okay, I know why. Nice little fun fact by the way, if you wait here, she's gonna get... You will not have the same outcome if you hold up and right. Like, if you go right after a roll, you will see, if I roll and do it now, her angle is completely different. And then you can make this. Don't ask me why, the game is just behaving this way. You have to do it right after the roll, which I didn't even think about now. Because if you wait, you're gonna die. I know, the game is just special. So hold up and right after the roll, sprint dive, sprint again, and then roll down here and jump forwards and right. And pull the lever. Yeah, I can just blame the game here, seriously, the game is weird. Then, basically, turn around, jump out of here and hope for the best. If the prisoner is gonna do his job... Oh, he's not, okay, so I can explain it. You want to have the guard running into the door. So if the guard is inside, run outside, so he runs in the door. If he's outside, run inside. It's good if the guard is not distracted by the prisoner. If he's distracted, you have to hope. The prisoner is the most annoying thing in this category. He even has a name, it's Boris. Basically, you want to have this guard running into this door. And when he's in the door, you save and load twice. Save, load, save again, hold save right away. F5 is saving, by the way, F6 is loading. You don't have to go through the inventory. Just hold F5 or F6. And then hold F6 again. And load a second time. And you will see, magic happens. The guard died from shame. He was too ashamed of this tutorial probably, and he died. So, that's basically the way you want to do it. Sometimes you don't have this possibility though. Sometimes the guard is just destroyed by the prisoner. The prisoner cannot die, the prisoner will always survive. He's invincible. And then you just have to hope. If the guard actually dies on a very bad frame, your game crashes. It's beautiful. Hello, Chris. Yeah, this is where Gui got his strats from, exactly. The Gui from the past. But yeah, welcome, Chris, and thank you, Julia. Thank you for the raid. Hope anniversary was fine, and thank you for the good luck. Currently making a tutorial for Tomb Raider 3, going over all the strats. So yeah, here, just a sprint sequence, no skips here. Tomb Raider anniversary was chill, nice. That's good to hear. Tomb Raider anniversary is something I definitely do not enjoy. Playing, watching is nice, but playing, I don't know. So here, that's the next part where you have a little strategy. Running jump on that block, and jump in here. This is difficult, trust me. For beginners, this is the difficult part. Save and load strategy, how much time does it take? You cannot really tell how much time it takes because the prisoner is random, so you cannot compare it. The prisoner sometimes takes a minute, sometimes kills him right away. It's completely random. If you want to do this slow, run to the edge and just aim in there like that, hop back and do a running jump. Both works. Doing it in one sequence is the fastest, but it's gonna be difficult, it will require some practice. So, running jump, second running jump, jump from the edge and grab up here. Now, turn around, do a running jump, you can grab here to get a quick turn easier and pull the lever, or you let go forwards and just get a stumble manually. Doesn't really matter. Just do any way here to get to this lever. Pull it, and now hop back and turn a little left at the end. Like that. And if you get this, backflip twist, and jump into the water here. Now, next strategy, we're gonna skip the fire. And skipping the fire is very easy. You have to be on the right here. If you're on the right in the water, climb out. Running jump, followed by a roll. Grab, and then side flip left, and backflip with a twist. Easy. That's how you skip the fire, it's not difficult. And when you're down here, sequence continues. You want to do a zombie glitch now. Now the problem is, for this tutorial I cannot do the zombie glitch, because if you do the zombie glitch, you will not be able to open the inventory, you cannot save, you cannot load, you'll be stuck. So if you fail there, you either have to die, or you have to restart the game. You cannot open your inventory manually anymore, once you do this glitch now. You always do a little sprint there. The little sprint is slower though, Kirsch. Sprinting is slower. So basically, zombie glitch is very easy. You have a position here which always works if you run down here. Standing jump, running jump. And you will see you'll survive it, but I cannot open the inventory, I cannot save and load, it's all broken. You can still use hotkeys for medipacks, but if you want to reload, you have to die. The only way. Now, zombie glitch is really useful though, and the only thing you need to know for it is that you need to do a running jump before reaching the fan. If you don't do the running jump immediately, you will heal, but you will still die. So yeah, you have to do a running jump just before the fan, and the sequence is literally standing jump, running jump, and hit the crystal. It's not that hard. However, for this tutorial, I have to actually go around it, because, yeah, I cannot save and load, which is not really optimal. Ah yeah, we're just gonna go dev intended. You could do a nice little croc here. I have to go dev intended though. If you really want to save and load, you have to do it as well. But yeah, nice slider. Well done. Yeah, if you cannot save and load anymore, basically. And then you go up here, collect the crystal. Nice. And here, no matter what you do, you have to slide a little before you jump. If you jump right away, you die. So slide a little and then jump. Here. Shimmy to the left, that you hit the slope, standing jump off the slope, and run up here. And don't change your angle, literally only hold forwards here, no direction, very important. And then you're on the very left here. If you should have held a direction, you can always shimmy to the left here, but you have to be on the very left when you start the setup now, because this is a very precise glitch, and you cannot skip this glitch, you have to do this. Otherwise, yeah, you're gonna die in 5 minutes. So you crouch into here, on the very left. Also, hello Hipka, hot picker. Welcome Hipka, I hope you're doing well. Now, what you want to do is, you want to crouch forward 6 times, you have to count it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let go of crouch. And now do a 45 degrees angle left. I'm gonna turn up the gamma, that's a good call by Kirsch. If it's too dark in here, we need visuals now, turn up the gamma. I'm gonna turn it into daytime. So, we have a fixed position now, and now you need to do a nice little strat. You have to smash your right button, that you literally turn 1 frame. You cannot do any buffers here, you have to turn manually because you're in zombie state. That's the outcome that you want to get. And if you don't get this, you have to turn back to the left. Let's go. That we're back in the main position now. If you turn like that, and this happens, try to manually see how far you turned. Like, I literally just turned back. You can remember the animation that you did to the right, do the same animation to the left again. So you correct it again. If you do a big animation like that, try to do the same to the left. You have to get the correct position here, that you're back in the normal state, and you get the 1 frame tap. That one. You literally have to get this outcome. I'm not sure if I actually messed it up now, because I did so many memes here. You have to do this basically. If you don't do this glitch, you will have issues later. Now, tap guns and hold forwards, and she has to get stuck. And then tap guns again. If that doesn't happen, and she goes through, yeah, it doesn't work anymore, you're gonna die in 5 minutes, as I said. If you hold any direction other than what I told you, you're also gonna fail. Basically, you want to avoid getting onto the tile on the right. Hipka, shut up, please. I can still read it, okay? So, here, what you want to do is the same as with the block skip. You hold up and the direction you want. So, in that case, I prefer left. You can also go right. I prefer holding left here. If this is too fast for you, then literally just hold walk. Holding walk and the direction makes you turn slower. But yeah, basically the same thing, just turn and hold up the whole time. Now we need a visual. How am I gonna explain you the visual? That's gonna be hard. Yeah, holding walk makes you turn slower, so it's easier to line up, because this is precise. You can see the corner that we just crouched in from the other side now. Like, we're on the other side of the corner. And basically, we want to line up this corner with a little line in the background. You know what? I know how we're gonna do it, how I can show you. I'm gonna make a screenshot of that. And we're gonna add the scene now, because this is really hard to explain. We have to use a visual here. Where is it? Window capture, add source, new source, add source, and then this one. There we go. So that's our screenshot. You want to line up the wall with this. Nice, it's black. Beautiful. Oh, it's actually red, never mind, but this thing. You can see this line. That is the line that you need. So you have to line it up with this line, this vertical line. And the visual for that is this tiny little black seam that you can see here, next to the connection of the tiles. So you can see the connection of the tiles here, that's where the tiles connect, and it's this little black line. It's not this large line, it's the little line here. And basically you want to line up this big corner where we just went in. This corner has to line up with something in between here. This is where the corner can be. And that's the visual that you need to use. So we're going to turn now here. That is the line. I literally just lined up with the line that I told you. That's where it has to be. This still works. This should also still work, but we're getting close to the maximum. Best is to be somewhere on this line and then hold left. And you're gonna get stuck here. So you're not gonna get stuck, you're gonna get out of here. And then roll. If you think you got stuck, roll anyway at the very end. Sometimes if you roll and press look, you're still gonna get up here. That's how you do this, and it's a very precise thing. It's literally very precise. Didn't change the angle yet. If you didn't change the angle, you get stuck here, that's fine, but that's too much, I think. Is it? It still works? It still works, okay. It was a 2-frame. 2 frames still works, but 1 or 2 frames more fails you. Hold up and left, or up and right, depending on what's easier for you. Line it up, hold left, roll. That's the strategy. Now sprint, and sprint over here around this corner, and run into the corner like this. Now here are 2 strategies of doing this. I don't like the strat that the world record does. It's a very precise strategy, and it's not a nice strategy either. Because if you fail it, you lose health, which is a problem. So you do a jump forwards. You have to jump forwards here, once you're in this angle. Oh, I forgot to tell you the visual. You have to cover the ladder. You have to run into the corner. There you go. And then cover the ladder. Like that. You have to cover it. And then jump forwards. And hold forwards until the very end. You have to hold it until you stumble. Now you want to turn. The fast strategy, basically. You want to turn and hold forwards as soon as Lara looks into the corner. Like, it's weird to explain. Like here. That's where you have to hold forwards. That might even be too late. Okay, and then you get the sliding. That was correct. When you get the sliding, you keep holding forwards. Nice. Keep holding forwards and add left. And just gonna teleport up. That's probably one of the most annoying things to learn. I can tell you, I hated it. I don't even do it in my run. I would not recommend this. This is a super difficult strategy, even though it might look easy. What I would recommend instead is covering this ladder, jump forwards again until you stumble, and overshoot this now on purpose. You want to overshoot it and tap forwards that you look in the other direction. So instead of holding forwards on a precise moment, turn all the way over here before you look away from the wall. And then hold forwards. And she's gonna bonk against this wall. If you go too far, she's gonna run out like that. But timing this input is much easier than the other input. So, you run here, jump forwards until she stops. Oh, nice, I was not in the corner. Jump forwards until she stumbles. There you go. Overshoot it more than 45 degrees into the corner, like here, tap forwards. And then hold forwards after she stumbled and roll. Like that. And you're also up here. This costs 2 seconds, we timed it. If you do it fast, it's 2 seconds slow, but it works much more consistent. I do it in my runs as well. It's just much more comfortable. If you want to, you can grab this Medipack, by the way. You don't have to. You don't need it if you're good. If you're a hip guy and you're not good, don't grab. Then you need to grab it. Sorry. No matter what, no matter how you get up here, sprint up here, and we do the next skip. And roll down here. The strategy for the movement is that. That's the skip that you want to do. And you want to jump, you want to run onto the stair to time your running jumps. I didn't save, did I? No, I didn't. No, it's perfectly fine. Let me do it again. Hello, Didi. Your partner died. Well, that would be unfortunate. Luckily, this game is not dependent on you, so you don't die. So yeah, this is not a co-op speedrun. So run down here, and then use this stair as your first indicator, or jump, and then jump around here. This is a sticky corner. It's a very weird corner. You're gonna bonk against it even though you're not even hitting it. Super annoying. You can do it slow as well, but in the end, your goal is to jump over the lasers here. If you miss this jump, your run is pretty much dead. So, I would recommend to practice this. It's a very important jump. Now, if you want to do it slow, you can also do this slow with the walk running jumps. In the end, just try to jump over the lasers, and as soon as you jumped here over the laser and it didn't trigger, you're fine and you're good to go. The guard will not follow you anymore. This guard is super annoying. Yeah, use the stair and then try to time this jump manually. And here, roll on the right side, grab the ladder 3 times, run forwards and backflip twist to the left. And hope the guard trigger spots you fast. This time he's really fast. Sometimes you have to run all the way to the other side. Roll off the edge here to cancel stumble animations. I know many information at once, but just look at it, watch it again. I don't need to explain stumble cancels. And just free the prisoners. Oh my god, dude. I wish to get this outcome in my runs. Of course, on tutorials, all the prisoners are going insane today. This prisoner is also RNG. They can both die and your run is dead. It's insane. Also, yes, Daisy, this is gonna go on YouTube. And it's gonna be on speedrun.com as well. It's gonna be linked in the Discord of Speedruns, Daisy. This chat's gonna be everywhere. So, grab this stuff. Now, a visual that you can use for the next sequence is, depending on where you pick up this stuff, do a running jump 2 tiles away, followed by a standing jump, or if you grab it like somewhere here, you can also be in the middle of the second tile and do 2 standing jumps. Both works, but yeah, in the end, just have to learn the visuals and it's not a big difference. Now here, if you don't know about extended sprints, you will not get the sequence now. Extended sprints means you sprint longer than you're supposed to. Now, I got used to it, so I do it literally everywhere right now. What you do basically, once you get up here, you want to sprint, and as soon as she sprints, like literally, as soon as she sprints, let go of sprint, and after half a second you hold it again. You can see my inputs, and there you will see how I hold sprint now. Jump over this thing. There. You saw the sprint timing. I think it's good if you can see it, and then you can make this. If you do this without a sprint extension, you will not be able to make this whole distance in one go. You have to do a sprint extension here. So, as I said, you get up here. If you would do this now, you will see that she's gonna stop running before you reach it. There you go. And you have to run around this slowly. That's why sometimes the sprint extension can help you here. It was actually still decent. But sometimes it's really annoying. So I would recommend learning the sprint extension here. You're gonna need it many times more. And use the key. Learn something new? Well, that's how it's supposed to be, Kish. Glad to hear. I'm not gonna edit this video, Bianca. I'm not going to. So then sprint in here, and a nice little jump from the very back of this tile. I just failed. And then you can jump in here in one go. It's a difficult jump, I don't get it really often, it's difficult. Basically, if you jump from the back here, nice game, you can get a jump in here. And yeah, it's really difficult. I stumbled again. Dude, I want to get it at least once to show you at least what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, now it's gonna work, I can feel it. Go all the way here, and then this jump. This jump is super annoying, but yeah, then sprint down here. Doesn't matter how you get this, just sprint down here with a roll to avoid the slope. And then kill the guard in the laser. Again, when you roll down any slope, she doesn't slide, you literally just sprint dive down there. I think Tails Gaming doesn't use it, at least not in his tutorial. Sprint extension is a very easy way to gain some time. And here we do it again actually. Now, jump over the laser without dying, because you're still in zombie state, so you will not be able to save. So just somewhere in this angle, jump forwards and left. Usually you survive. And then sprint around both corners, roll. Sprint again around this corner, roll. Sprint extension. And then sprint around this corner and hit the ceiling. Roll here and use a small medipack. It sounds really difficult, but that's what you have to do. And show you again. Technically, you can use this small medipack earlier, but at this point you have to have at least 50% health. Since I didn't do the zombie glitch, I already have more than I'm supposed to have. And you have to have at least 50%, otherwise you're gonna die now. So here, either use the medipack right after the zombie glitch, or at the very end, or somewhere in between. But no matter what, you have to use a small medipack. You have to use it. Then, again, sprint around those corners here. Nice roll. If that doesn't work, just continue, do the next roll here, and do the sprint extension again. Sprint extension is always helping if you mess up a sequence, because your sprint bar will not go down. And by hitting the ceiling here, by jumping a little early and hitting the ceiling, you will not stumble. If you fail this, it can be a problem. So if you don't want to risk it, you can also just run down and do this slow. But then roll here, use a small medipack, and drop with a fake grab. Fake grabbing, simply hold action, and hold action until she grabs. And once she grabs, let go of it. It sounds complicated, but it's the same thing that you did earlier in HSC at the beginning, where you jump through the barbed wire. Like you hold action, and as soon as she grabs, let go. It's the same thing. Turn a little left here, backflip twist, roll here, and just swim down. And here you die if you didn't do the glitch that I told you earlier to do. That's why you die. You just follow the way. There's nothing to say. Grab the flares, very important. Now a nice little skip that is super easy to do. I don't even need to explain it. I think just by watching it you will get it. You have to grab the small medipack. You can do a fake flare here, you don't have to. Swim against the ceiling here. And get yourself pushed down automatically, and you will get through here. It's insanely easy. Climb out on the left, run forwards, and then crouch. I think 4 times. I don't even remember, I use visuals here. I think 4 times. Yeah. And then PFC or throw the fake flare, run around the corner, and push the button. Nice slide. Now here, you can grab the large medipack. You should, actually, if you don't go for world record. This is a very important large medipack. It's a difficult sequence that I just did, but you can do it. I believe in you. Standing jump, grab it. Same here. By watching it, you will get it. Backflip twist out of here. If you have the wrong angle, she will get stuck. It's literally about the angle. And then do 2 standing jumps followed by a running jump where you hit the ceiling again. So if you hit the ceiling, you know that all your animations will cancel. All your stumble animations will cancel if you hit the ground, as long as it's not like actually death deep. That's what we did here as well. So after both jumps here, do the running jump by hitting the ceiling and you will not stumble. And that's basically how you do it. It's a satisfying technique. Also, this machine gun in there will always shoot at you if you grab the medipack, because for some reason the laser goes through the wall. Usually it shoots at you. Here we do a corner bug again on this thing. Not always. Let me actually show you. Little fun fact for you. You want to know fun facts, I know. You want to learn something nice now for your speedrun. The machine gun has a trigger in here because they misplaced the laser. You can see... Can you still see it? Okay, I think in the recording you cannot see it. No, in the recording you can't see it. Basically, on your game, when you watch your own game, here is a laser in front of me. It's literally so thin that you cannot even see it. But basically there are two green lines in front of me, here. And if you hit those, you will trigger the machine gun outside. And since we picked up the medipack here, like that, here we hit the laser. You can, I think in the recording you can see it when I jump through actually. Yeah, you can see it for a split second when you jump through, but very weird. And then it's gonna shoot at you automatically. Yep. Once you get out of here, it's perfectly fine. So, hit the ceiling, and we do a nice corner bug over here. This corner bug is different. It's the same thing with the position. Position and angle has to be the same, but crouch and stand up and walk forwards. Draw guns because you turn faster. You have to walk forwards, otherwise you're not gonna make it. And jump up and kill the dude. That's literally the worst RNG you can get. If you get this RNG, nice, then I have to use another medipack. Okay, we might still make it. This is insane. This RNG is the worst you can get if he dies on this laser. You can take the crystal, yes, you can take the crystal. It is super annoying when it happens. But yeah, you want to have the guard somewhere over here to die, hopefully. Now here, you can either just sprint down or roll down, doesn't matter, but you want to do a flare cancel. So draw a flare, and then you want to get down here, hopefully forwards, like in that angle. Do a flare cancel and use the key item. If you want, you can also sprint down and do a flare cancel and get here. It's completely up to you in the end, but the fastest way is what I just did. You fake grab again, it's another fake grab that we did. Fall down next to the edge and then roll down there. I'll show you again. It's a very weird strategy. I hope I saved. I should have. Kek, sure. I'm sorry. Basically, nice. We're just gonna quickly do it again. You're gonna see everything. So maybe we get the better RNG here even. With the right side. Nice one. That's on me. Grab the medipack, and you have to grab the deagle here. You can leave the pistols behind, you don't need it. So... running jump is not really worth it, it's really tricky. Here, again, crouch forwards, walk, turn around with guns, grab the edge, better RNG this time, that's where you want to have him. And then grab his item. And then here, as I said, that's the better sequence that you want to have. You have a flare and you fake grab here to land close to the edge. Quick turn left by holding up and left. And even while stumbling, if you have the correct angle, you can already roll out and do a running jump. That's the fastest sequence, but as I said, it's tricky. I would recommend to just sprint down. That's easier. Tap forwards here. And then here sprint run the corners. Do a roll at the end, 2 running jumps, and then sprint again, get up here and jump into the level end. It's one sequence, again here it's just learning, nothing difficult. And that's your stats, you have 1 kill, 1 shot, 1 hit, you're good to go. A good time for HSC, a very good time for record runners is below 7 minutes. My goal is actually 7 minutes and 9 seconds, because I never got insane RNG. Basically, it's very RNG dependent, this level. Yeah. Basically, you cannot save until now. Here you can save again if you get the zombie glitch. But yeah, now we are in Area 51. Most annoying level with some glitches at the end. Shoot this guard. And just push the button. You want to kill him, he can softlock you. Yeah, many people don't like this level because the quad at the end can be annoying. Grab this Medipack. And climb into here. Crouch 7 times. Then climb up, wait a little bit for this thing to go past, and then just sprint through. And hold action again to climb right away so you don't stumble. If you hold action, as I said every time, you have to... you will not stumble against the wall. Yeah, I'm gonna explain it. GG is also an annoying trick. Very true. Here it's 11 times that you have to crouch. You usually still use visuals and count. And then kill him. Again, holding up and right while standing up gives you quick turning. Nice little technique that you saw many times. Jump up here. Okay, there's nothing really to explain here. Sprint dive early and draw a flare here. That's just a sequence you have to learn. That's nothing too difficult. You saw another sprint extension there, by the way. Sprint extensions, I would recommend to do it whenever you can. It's not difficult. It's my muscle memory, I always do it. And here just hold action forwards and right and switch to roll. Yeah. Throw the flare early here. If you throw it early, you can draw the you can pull the lever right away. If you throw the flare late, you're gonna have a little delay on this lever. But again, here you cannot fail here. You can only lose some time if you mess up something. But just by looking at the sequence, you will automatically learn it. This is not difficult. Run down here, sprint around the corner, and kill the dude. And now, moment of truth. Will you get softlocked or not? We have two nice little softlocks coming up which can happen. One is on you, one is not on you. This one is on you here. If you stand up too early and do your PFC, you're gonna get softlocked. Every PFC can softlock you, but this is very weird because it's not a consistent sprint crouch sequence. This one will work. We will not get softlocked. There you can see we have a PFC and we're not softlocked. However, if you're in the crouch space and you PFC too early, so you're not out of here, this is random depending on your position in front of the crawl space. Okay, this is random. And basically, if you're like here, you will see I'm not gonna make it by standing up with guns. So if I do this, Lara is gonna hold a microphone. You can see she's actually trying to sing. She's holding a microphone. She's trying to sing you a nice song. My heart will go on from Titanic, but we don't want to hear it because we're softlocked. We cannot continue here. We have to load or reset the run in the worst case. So don't PFC if you will not make it out of this crawl space. Very important. Yeah, depending on your position, it's always different amount of crouch animations. Best is if you're on the left, of course. And here you're gonna make it PFC and run down this trapdoor and your sprint sequence begins. Your sprint sequence is difficult. I would recommend to practice this. It's a very difficult sprint sequence. You can also do one more crouch. Yes, you can crouch additional crouch animation and you will automatically stand up. But we want to save time, right? So you can stand up with guns. You can go safe with another crouch animation, or you see that with guns she's going to stand up. And then sprint sequence begins. Extended sprint and hold sprint. And at the very end, you roll, running jump, running jump. That's the first sequence. And this is really important that you get this sequence, because the next sequences will also depend on your beginning sequence. True, it's easier not to softlock this way, but as I said, usually you don't softlock here. You can estimate how far away you are and you should be able to get this. So then, again, PFC, run down, sprint extension, sprint. Now roll at the very end. Running jump, hit the right wall so this thing stops shooting. Roll in the middle of this hallway, jump over the slope, and sprint all the way to the lever. This does not need any sprint extensions anymore. It's just the beginning. And there you are at the lever. That's what you have to learn. You can replay this part. I don't have to repeat anything there. And now you have to hope for softlock Steve to behave. You can get softlocked here, sprint here, and crouch in here. If softlock Steve is here, I'm gonna wait on purpose. Nice, he doesn't do it. Well, imagine you want to get softlock and then... There you go. That's what happens. It was not quite softlock Steve, there was another outcome, but basically those Steves will softlock you and they will hold you back. When Steve is next to you, he will hold you back and will not make you enter. It's super annoying, but this Steve softlocks you. That's why, yeah. Hope for the best that Steve is not there and crouch in here. Usually you make it with this health, you will not die if you're fast, and then use a large. Stand up here, and then here a running jump. You can try to fit in. If you don't get it, don't worry. Sprint all the way up here. Do 2 running jumps to refill your sprint bar, and then kill this dude with 2 shots. Again, because of Japanese version, he dies earlier. This jump can be tricky, but here as well, it's a little bit of practice. You will get this jump. It's not really difficult. With a little bit of practice, and you see where you have to jump. Yeah, it's easy to do. Now the GG. The GG is really annoying, and there is a setup to get it consistent. If you cannot get this to work, I'm gonna go over the fast one first, and then I'm gonna show you the setup. So, what you want to do is you want to run against the wall, hop back, and step forwards once. That's your position, and you have to be on the side of this tile. So sidestep left if you're away from it. Very important, you have to be on this position. This position is important. Then, when you're here, you want to be somewhere in this angle. You remember the fence from Nevada at the end? Imagine a similar visual, but now with the beginning of this ladder. Like, you know, where this tile begins, here, where my head is right now, this has to be on her left leg this time. If you have this position, what you want to do... I'm gonna save actually, because if I do it slow I might fail. You want to jump forwards and left, and just before you hit the ground, you're gonna hold roll, and when you hit the ground, let go of roll. It's very, very precise. If you hold it too early, she's just gonna roll here, like that. You don't want that. If that happens, redo the setup, sidestep. Just redo it. Then, this actually needs much practice. This is a very difficult skip. You jump forwards and left. Now you hold roll. Somewhere here is a good timing to start holding roll. And just as you go in the wall, I'm actually going to buffer now. There you go. Now we're in the wall. That's the moment where you let go of roll. Only hold up and left. Draw your guns to turn faster actually and to avoid this weird flickering. It can be weird for the eyes. That's how you do it, and you want to do this without buffering in the optimal case, and it's gonna look like that. Beautiful. Sorry, let me redo it. Wrong angle. Like that, that's the better angle. That's what you want to get. You can see the timing of my roll and my inputs. You have to get a feeling for this. If you cannot get this to work, but you still want to use this strategy, you can buffer. To buffer, you open the inventory and basically you close it, and while it's closing, hold it again. That's called buffering. You can see my inputs. That's how you buffer. And every time you buffer once, you can do an input. So what we can do is we can jump here just before we hit it. We can start buffering. We're gonna buffer up, left, and roll. Means we close it, hold all the inputs, and open it again. You might want to use the inputs that I show you here, because you need to have the timing for the buffers. When it's closing, then you hold all your buttons together. That's what you do. And then when the camera when the camera goes up, then you will let go of roll. So you're gonna buffer once more. She's walking into the corner here, you can see it. One more, and now we're up. And then let go of roll. And you're good to go. That's the first part. The second part is the same for setup and without setup. The setup uses the ladder. For the setup, you will simply hop back here and grab the ladder on this ledge. You can see, nice emote, Bianca. You can see the seam between this tile and the one above me. There is literally a humongous visual. Like, you see that here on the right, there is a line between both tiles. You have to be on this height. Higher or lower does not work. You have to be on this height and go to the very right here. You have to be in this animation on the very right. And then let go of action. And it's the same thing. Once you let go of action, hold up, left, and roll. When she enters, let go of roll. It works as well. The thing is, with this one, you don't have to use the visual, because the visual can sometimes troll you, and the position is always consistent. You don't have to line up your position manually, the ladder will line it up for you, basically. So grab it here, go to the very right, let go. Once you let go, you can also start buffering again. Hold roll up and left. Once she enters, there, switch to up, left without roll. And with guns, you turn faster. And now turn 45 degrees. This is literally just a feeling. If you turn too far, usually it's fine. If you don't turn far enough, you're gonna pop out of the wall now. Yeah. And then it's the same thing for both situations. Turn like out somewhere here. Put your deagle away. Action. Roll. Hold roll. You have to roll and wait a little bit. As soon as she's on the second tile, hold roll. You have to wait her to cover one tile basically. And then you hold it. If you roll too early, you're not gonna get up here. But yeah, that's the way to do it. And then sprint in here. Nice sequence. You want to sprint in here. And then usually if you're fast, this thing is not gonna be here. Like this, and you can just go through. Otherwise you will get stuck in this laser, which is not gonna be healthy. You can PFC here, save a few frames again. As I said, PFCs are not always worth it. And then same here. You can PFC, you don't have to. Sprint around this corner. If you cut it very close, you can skip a trigger. Not important though. And climb up here. And then... great RNG. Kill this dude. For some reason, this dude has an illness. He's deaf sometimes up there. You can see him. Usually he spots you. Sometimes he doesn't, just like here. If he doesn't spot you, perfectly fine. He's not gonna annoy you. If he spots you, ignore him. Try to get the dude's disc here as fast as possible without him interrupting you. You might get hit once or twice, but usually it's perfectly fine. If you kill him, you're down one bullet. And we have like 3 or 4 extra bullets. So it's risky killing him, because on Willard at the very end, Lara sometimes misses bullets and you will run out of ammo. I would not recommend killing him. So I would save as much ammo as possible. Now here, another sequence. If you want to do the sequence fast, you need another sprint extension. As I said, this is a very common technique that we need to use every time now. You do a jump forwards and start your sprint extension. If you don't extend your sprint, you will not be able to do a sprint dive at the end. So jump, sprint extension, and sprint around those corners here. It's very tricky, but you have enough left of your sprint bar that you can easily make this roll if you get it without a stumble. If you don't extend your sprint, you will not get this roll. Usually not. In that case, just run to the ladder and grab it, it's perfectly fine. Re-grab once, and you will not take damage. Roll. And now the next meme begins. Let me actually drink something really quick, because my throat is actually becoming Sahara Desert. Seriously. This is a quote now that everybody hates. glue time, yeah. No, from my experience, people who learn this don't like the quap. People who learn this quap don't like it. At least from my experience, what I've heard. If you have health issues, you can... You have another strat in a bit with the quap to save some health. I'm gonna show you. But yeah. With health issues, usually you should have a health that's at 50%. If you're at 50%, you should be able to make the sequence now. If you're less than 50, try to do the strat that I'm gonna explain you in a minute when we have the quap. But usually that's the best health you can have. Usually you're a little lower, between 50 and 60. Yes, this quap first try is frustrating. So basically, this quap, what you want to do is you drop down from the ladder and you roll. Don't hold any inputs again, because this is a setup. So we need to do our nice thing from Genji's, if you remember, where we hold look and a direction to press 2 inputs at the same time. Again, if you don't like look, you can also close the inventory and use the same strat. But one way or another, you have to do up and right this time at the very same time. So hold up and right, let go of look, and perform a running jump. And after this running jump, perform a swan dive, and you hold up and right the whole time. Don't let go of up and right. So running jump, swan dive, and hold it the whole time. And then, when she's stumbling from the swan dive, then let go of everything. It's important that you do it in this order, otherwise your position will be different. Hold back, jump forwards, step to the right, step forwards. That's the first part of the setup. If you're the Omega chat, you can actually draw a flare. Yes, usually I don't cover the flare cancels, because flare cancels are optimization to do later in your gameplay. For learning you don't need it usually, but as Kirsch already mentioned, this thing, you can flare cancel and hop back. So throw the flare again, once you throw it, hop backwards. Then jump forwards, step right, step forwards, fair enough. Yes, softlock crouch is worth it. So in this position, what you want to do, you want to buffer to the left. Now, if you don't like buffering, yeah, then you have to switch the game at this point. You have to buffer here. This is not doable without a buffer. Open the inventory, and now you close it and hold inventory again. You know, that's buffering. So this is how you buffer. You can see the input. That's how you do buffer. And while the inventory is closing now, hold walk and left. Like that. And now you buffered a walk to the left. Congrats, you did your buffer. Now what you want to do from here, you want to close the inventory and hold walk up and left. So in addition to walk and left, add up. She's gonna change the direction of her walk here. Now once she changes this, you're gonna add another button, you're gonna add jump and let go of walk. So she's gonna do a walk running jump to the up left. Yeah, that's it. It's weird to explain. But basically here, you don't have to buffer anymore, this is all good. You do it literally in one sequence, and then once you reach this other... Was? Oh, okay. Nice one. Second time, doesn't matter. So basically, again, you want to do a jump up left from here. So you keep holding up left and walk and switch to jump. There she jumps. And now she's hitting the corner perfectly that she's gonna go into the quap state. Now we need visuals. If you don't want to YOLO this, which I don't recommend, you need visuals. Once she jumps, you can see her jumping. You start to buffer up and left. Buffer the whole time, all the way through. Eventually, you will see her going down. You can buffer later. Like, this is just that I can show you how it's done slowly. Now, look at her right hand. Look at the right hand of Lara, which is hard to see because there is a humongous clock in front of it. Now you can see the hand next to her boobas. Like, you can see the hand on the boobas, that's actually the visual that you use here. Now on this frame, you want to buffer empty. Once you see the right hand, buffer empty. Means buffer without any input. There you go. She's still running. That's not the frame that we want, so buffer empty again. I might have actually miscounted here. Anyways, we're gonna keep going. There she steps backwards. That's the frame that you need. Once she steps backwards, close the inventory and now hold forwards again. Okay, it still worked. You saw her popping up on the stair for one frame. And that is what you need to look out for. Then you can see if you jump, congrats, you have a quad. Now this thing is really precise and it's not easy to learn, so I'm gonna go over it again. I'm gonna buffer walk and left, this way. Then close inventory, hold walk up and left. Switch to jump and start buffering once you jump here. Keep holding up and left until you see her hand at the booba. That's the frame. I'm sometimes scared to use this frame because I'm not 100% sure of the frames sometimes because I don't do this strat. But that should be the frame that you need. Yeah, it just worked, so this is the frame. Then buffer empty until she's running backwards. There she runs backwards. And then when she runs backwards, close the inventory and hold forwards. And you're good to go, you have a quad. Now, if you're Omega Chat, as I said, there's another Omega Chat strat here. You can YOLO this. You don't have to do visual strats, you can try to have your muscle memory for this. No matter what, you have to do the first buffer anyway. And then it looks like that. That's how you do it, and you also have the quad. For beginners, don't do this. This is not really worth it. It costs maybe, if you do it slowly, 10 seconds if you go over all the buffers. But it's definitely worth going over those buffers, because if you mess up this thing, yeah, you have to do the whole setup again, and you have to do this quad, because this quad saves about 2 minutes compared to dev intended. So step back, step to the left here, do with the setups or YOLO, and then sprint up here. Let go of sprint, and go around the corners. Do not hit any corners. If you hit a corner or get stuck, the quad is there. And you have to keep holding forwards. Don't let go forwards, you have to keep running the whole time now. Again here, beginner strat and Omega Chat strat. Beginner strat, run here and jump on this slope, just jump forwards. And then move the car to the door and hold action at the end. Don't get stuck anywhere and just hold action. There was a nice remote camera trigger, by the way. Yeah, if you get stuck, it's a big problem. Don't get stuck or your quad is interrupted. That's the easy strat. Now the Omega Chat strat is you jump just before you hit the flat tile. Important, by the way, you cannot jump on a flat ground. You have to jump like here. That's where you have to jump. If you jump here, you will not trigger the quad. So, Omega strat, jump here and quad earlier. The quad is gonna stop much earlier here, so you sometimes don't make it if you don't have the timing. You can see she quicksands immediately. As I told you, there's a strategy if your health is bad. If your health is not good, you're gonna quad later. You're gonna do the beginner quad, because combined with the Omega quad, I wouldn't recommend it, it's really hard. And hit the right side here, go on the right side. You will see all the machine guns stop shooting. And you're good to go as well. Saves your health. And then just sprint through here, sprint to the left, and use the disc. Yes, Kush, but then you literally have no ammo. Go here, jump, sprint, and just jump in here. Guns to the left, quick turn with guns, simple technique, and do a corner bug here. Can be a little tricky, it doesn't even save that much. If it's too hard because of the camera, just run around the corner and climb up, it's the same thing. Tiny strat here though, going in here. Now, this corner bug is annoying, I would not recommend it though, there's not a lot to say. You just have an annoying camera. Here, annoying thing. You wanna sprint against this wall in this position. Like, be slightly on the left between both tiles. Turn to the right and jump up here. This is super annoying because if you fail this, the guard is gonna kill you. So, slightly to the left, turn to the right, and then jump in this angle. Don't go too far. Literally look slightly into the wall even. Like, it has to be just a little more right than the wall itself. You even look into it and then jump forwards and left. And you're good to go. It can be a big troll at the beginning. It's a very annoying jump. Might be a little too far right. We're good to go. Don't hit the slope. And then go to the artifact. Pick it up while crouching, saves a little bit of time. And we're good to go. We're through Nevada. You can pick up extra ammo in our X-Tech, yes, but we wanna be quick, Kirsch. We don't grab extra ammo, right? We wanna be fast. Yeah, we go through Pacific first. Pacific first is the new strat, which saves time. It's a little difficult. You're gonna see, you're gonna be able to make it. Everyone believes in you. You're the best player. You're gonna go Pacific first. So literally just spam action once you pick up the artifact. Spam action the whole time. And hold jump. Do not hold any direction. Very, very important. Swim forwards. And just as you're about to hit the wall, then you turn around and swim around this corner. It is very important. If you do this wrong, yeah, well, it's gonna be really annoying in Madubu Gorge. It's super annoying, but very important. Do not hold any direction at the beginning. Then here, draw a flare in the water. And sprint out, interrupt the sprint here, and grab here. That's not the way you want to grab. It's actually not perfect. Let me do it again. You want to interrupt your sprint, and run in here with action, and keep sprinting on the left side. If you go in the middle, your sprint will be interrupted, as mine just was, as you saw. That's a perfect showcase of what not to do. So sprint here, interrupt it, grab here, and then sprint on the left side, around the deep water. Hold action again, don't jump, hold action, and climb up here, in the middle of this block. Now, running jump over the slope, sprint extension, followed by a roll. Sprint extension, and sprint to the left side around this dude and hold action. That's a very fast strat, and this is the super hard strat, which definitely requires practice. It's a really difficult strategy to go fast, but there are many ways to do it easy. Well, that's one way to die, you don't want to do that. Nice one. You can always try to do that, okay? You can always give this a try. If you fail it, it's perfectly fine. Let's say you don't hold action and you run over it. Fair enough, can happen. If that happens, recovery is simply go back on this tile and roll and just do a running jump with action. That's everything. Just a running jump with action, hold action forwards. You will always make this. You can always give this a try, because you don't lose anything. But it's annoying because the dude pushes you. If you think you always fail it because it's super annoying, then you can also just ignore this and go for this strat right away. You don't have to give it a try. I would recommend trying it at least. But if you don't want to, just roll here, do a running jump with action, and it's perfectly fine. That's how you get it consistent. Now, Kirsch, that's not the way to go, because then you miss so much beautiful stuff if you do that. If you uninstall this game. So no matter what, you will be up here, backflip twist, sprint, and then jump over the next trap. Jump here. Sprint to the midi-pack, and you're good to go. No, oh. Don't overshoot it, that's a big problem. Here, very, very important. If you miss that, if you overwrite your save now, or if you do something wrong, there is a backup in Aldwych that I'm going to explain when we're there. But we need a save now, and we need to carry that save through the run, basically. Don't overwrite this save. If you want to save in between now, switch the slot. You see, even in my practice saves, I have a slot saying Village Slope, which is right here, because you need this save. So save, and load the save. You need to load it, because you see the spikes disappearing now. And then pick up this Medipack. That's the way to go. Jump, jump with action to not lose too much health. Jump at the end here. Sprint extension. Roll. Sprint extension. You can roll again and kill this dude, and then draw a flare. And sprint into the corner like that. It's important that you do it in this sequence, not necessarily the sprint extensions. You can do running jumps here, but sprint extensions can be really helpful to save a little bit of time. But this is important here. The position for this thing is very, very important. No matter what, try... But what are you doing? Well, your fault. No matter what, you try to sprint into the corner like that. Hit the wall just before you touch the corner. It's very important that you hit the wall, because it will give you a fixed position. If you sprint into the corner like that, you will not have the same position every time. If you sprint into the corner like that, you will also not have the same position. You have to run like that. You literally touch it just before reaching it. And when you have that, climb up. Tap forwards, sidestep right, hop back, crouch, and now crouch turn to the right. You might have to do this in one sequence, because your angle can change sometimes. So, when you did this, now, you stand up, and you step right, and as soon as you step right, you backflip twist. The quick crouch turn can be annoying, but you might want to do it. It sometimes gives you a different angle, and this, yeah. So you sidestep here, and immediately jump back, and hold roll. And you stop buffering. This is the sequence that you have to learn. It's really important that you do it in this order. I had a really bad time learning it. Did you even learn this, Kamil? Can't remember you learning this. But yeah, very important. Sidestep right as soon as she sidesteps. Hold, jump and back, and add roll. And start buffering as soon as she gets in here. And now we need a visual. We need to use another visual. I'm gonna use my nice little software again so I can show you which I'm talking about. There we go. This is gonna open right away. Beautiful, man. You did South Pacific? Nice, nice, nice. Well, that's a nice category though, Camille. Glad you learned it. So this is a visual you have to learn now. Is this thing. This white circle lined up with your Medipack. Okay? It's very important that you learn this visual. Now, you have to know that this visual has to be on the right. Like there has to be a gap here. In this case, it's perfectly fine. That's a good frame. If the black dots would be here, it's fine as well. If the black dots are here, it's also fine. But if the black dots are on the Medipack, then it's not fine. And you have to realize that. You have to know that those little dots are the visual. Those two black dots. They are very, very important now. So, we go back in the game, and we can see the two dots are next to the Medipack. They are on the right. If they are on the right, it's good. Means we close the inventory and hold action. And we're on the bridge. That's what you're doing. Now, usually if you start buffering early, you will have different outcomes. Okay, that was way too early. Means you buffer roll. Only action, yes, only action. You buffer roll. Now you can see the Medipack is on the dots. Means the dots are covered. So you do it once more. And now it's on the right of our screen, and we can hold action. It's very important, very, very important. Yes, Camille, that was the old strategy, but there's a new strategy with visuals, which works consistent now. And there are many things to learn. Yeah, there are a lot of things you have to learn. So yeah, optimal way, as I said earlier, that you draw a flare here after you kill this dude. You draw the flare here, hit the wall, climb up, sidestep, hop back in one motion here, turn, sidestep, immediately hop back and start buffering. We can see the dots are even on the left, it's way too early. Buffer roll again. Now they are on the right of the small midi-pack. So we hold action, flare cancel, and keep running. And we're good to go. That's how you do this thing. You can also just get in the wall, wait and wait for 15 seconds, it's chill and safe. Yeah, Kirsch, you don't know that there are many other strategies. If you hate this thing, if you really hate this strategy and you cannot get it to work, even though it's actually doable, go to this corner, crouch into it, tap action, and tap roll, and just wait. No. It's the same thing. This is much easier and works as well, but it's slower. And you're up here as well. It's the same thing, but it loses about 15 seconds in total, maybe 10-15 seconds. And yeah, I definitely would recommend give this strat a try. It is not difficult once you know all the insights of the strat. It is really not difficult if you know what to do. That's the good frame, hold action, and you're good to go. Now this jump is annoying. It's very annoying. You can just grab the edge and climb into it, right? You can always grab the edge and just climb into this hut. If you want to go for chat strats, jump from this position, from the middle of this tile. Somewhere here on this area you have to jump. If you manage to do that in one sequence, it will look like this. Now the thing is, this jump is tricky. It's literally really difficult. And maybe for beginners, I would literally just recommend grab the edge. It's perfectly fine. It's slightly slower. Then here, nice little jump at the beginning, run around this corner. This jump kills runs. Very important, this jump can kill runs if you mess it up. So if you want to make sure you don't die, when you fall down and you see her falling into the mud, don't hold anything. Okay, I'm gonna fail it on purpose now. Like that. Don't hold anything. And you will see she is not gonna sink in fast, and you can climb out on this leaf. If you fail it on purpose. If you want to skip this jump, that's one way to skip it, but do not hold the direction. If you see that she's going into the mud, let go of everything. And then she doesn't sink in fast. If you want to go slow, let go of everything with this jump and climb out. Works perfectly fine, it's slightly slower, but it works. Also, if you fail any of the next jumps, let go of your inputs and she will not fall into it. I can just show you a little showcase. If you hold the direction, she's immediately drowning. And she's all the way underwater. In the mud already. The ideal jump is that you jump over the slope here on the left. Now, exactly, if you panic, let go, just lean back, I don't know, lean back if you panic, but let go of your inputs. The ideal jump is over the slope on the left. Means you want to jump over the slope and hold left. Jump here and hold left. Then you land on this block, and you can run down here and keep going. That's the ideal strat. This jump is really difficult though, that's why I would maybe recommend jumping in the mud right away. Because this jump next to those wood planks is also annoying. It depends. With the outcome that I just had, Kish, it didn't work. So you want to jump here. That's the strat that I do, which is risky, and even Gui told me not to do it. I'm pretty consistent with it though, that you hit the slope. If you go on the very left, below the slope, you hit another slope, and if you hold right, when sliding down, you land on this leaf. It is very, very risky though, and I would not recommend this jump for the beginners. I would recommend jumping here, and you will land on this corner, turn right, and roll down on the leaf, and you're good to go. That's the normal strat. I know Eric does that as well, and it works perfectly fine. They're only lame runners, but you can be a non-lame runner, Camille, and do this strat. I would not recommend it. So if you want to go for Omega Chat strats, jump on the slope and do this sequence. As I said though, for beginners, what I would recommend is actually just to jump in the mud. If you don't want to do this, jump with action, let go of everything, and climb out. Now the next leap is the one in front of us. For this one, you want to climb out on the left. You can hold forwards here, you're gonna make it in time, but you want to climb out on the left, like here. You want to climb out somewhere here. You can see how fast Lara is under the mud, like how fast you're drowning, if you don't, if you hold an input. So here, sequence learning. You just have to learn here basically. Running jump, hold left when you're at the top of your jump, and do this sequence. You can do it slow. I can show you some visuals that I use for this to make it easier, but in the end that's something you just have to learn. So let's climb out again, hold up and right and jump. When she's about to jump, let go of right, because you will have the correct angle, and now she's at the peak of her jump, so like here, then I start to hold left, continuous running jumps, and then here, when I look to the last leaf, I let go of left, and optimize my angle here, and then just hold right here at the end. Those are some visuals that I use, but in the end, this is something you just have to practice. Cannot say a lot here. Again, if you miss a leaf, let go of the input so you don't die. Then sprint, sprint dive down here, sprint around this palm tree, jump from the bottom of this tile so you don't stumble here. Then jump here, standing jump, and make sure to draw a flare here. You're gonna need a flare now. If you don't get it right, just stop and do a wall run jump. Works as well. As I said, you can do it slow, you can do this fast, but in the end, if you miss a jump, let go of everything and try to get back on the lead in time. Here, sprint down with action and flare cancel, sprint extension, and sprint around here and let go of sprint here. Sprint over all those slopes, and your sprint bar is refilled for another extended sprint. Here, this is an annoying jump. This jump trolls you and will look like this many times. Nice, thank you for interrupting me saying something. Basically, this thing, well, let's do the sequence again. Sprint extension, sprint around here, let go of sprint, jump over all the slopes, sprint extension again, and keep running. You want to jump just before hitting this slope. So just before hitting it, you want to jump on the left tile. Right here. That's where you want to jump. And... dude. Don't do this in runs, ignore them, I just want to explain something now. You're gonna land here. That's where you're gonna land. No, I'm gonna save on another slot because I need this save. What you're gonna do here is a setup for beginners or Omega Chat strat if you want to YOLO this. Setup first of all. Jump here and grab the plane. That's the setup. You want to drop here, that you can see if we drop down now, we're gonna get pushed by the slope. There, you saw we got pushed a little. If you go too far left, you're gonna slide. But if you're somewhere here, like that, you're gonna get pushed by the slope and it gives you a fixed position. Side step right, crouch turn, running jump, sprint all the way over there, sprint, 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 walk at the end, and now you have the correct position and the correct angle automatically. If you want to YOLO it, you have to do this yourself, without any setup. So what you want to do now, if you have this, is you roll, tap action, and roll. The last roll, you have to hold it, like you roll, hold action, not too early, like now. Now you hold action, and now hold roll, and you're on the other side of the wall. That's how you do it. Now for the chat struts that I mentioned, I'm going to do the same thing, but we're going to run along the slope here on the ground. We're going to YOLO this. We use the wing on the right side to line up. We're going to try to be parallel to this wing and walk at the end. Then correct your angle that you're exactly 45 degrees. Roll, action, hold, roll. I'm not sure if that's something good to do at the beginning. I would not recommend it, but it works. But as I said, the setup itself costs about 10 seconds, I think. 7 to 10 seconds. You can combine this with a flare, line it up with the wing. Don't try this, Kish. Roll, action, hold, roll, and then flare cancel, sprint in here, and you finish crash site. This setup is definitely worth it, yes. For every beginner that is not below 105, don't do YOLO. If you miss this, you're dead. You literally die if you miss that. The setup costs 7 seconds. If you have a 105, you have 5 minutes at least that you can cut down. Then it doesn't matter if you lose 7 seconds here to avoid dying. That's why do not try this strat when you're a beginner. Try to go for the setup, do it in the easy strat, and you're good to go. If you want to go for the Omega chat strats for dead runs, maybe try to do that and sprint into the level end. Hello Stellar, tutorial, yes. Finally, because nobody else did it. Madubu Gorge. Madubu Gorge is gonna be super annoying, you're gonna hate it. Just to warn you. Just don't want me to get a better time than you. I mean, Kish, give it a try. You can do the same bet as with Surex. I'll give you 1 month for sub 1 hour for 100 bits. So here, at the very start, immediately an annoying jump. Literally immediately. You hold flare and right. You want to perform this jump. This jump is super annoying if you want to learn, and I would recommend to save. Because if you miss this jump, you're dead, basically. Because like, you hit the ground here and you're dead. So you want to jump from the highest part of this thing here. From here you want to jump. And you want to land on the left of this block down there. Remember, you want to land on the lower one. If you manage to land on the higher one, I'm gonna suspect your run of cheating. Because it's literally a task strat. You have to jump insanely late. And then grab very late. No, not grab late, but you have to get a perfect jump over there to make it. It's not doable. Don't do it. For dead runs, you can see some, like we, or me, we can do this strat sometimes for absolute dead runs, because 9 out of 10 times it fails. So, if you see someone doing that jump, don't repeat it. It's not worth it. Every single jump here is annoying, yes. So draw a flare. Sprint, don't jump from the highest point of this thing, grab in the air to extend your jump, and then land on the left side. Jump from the highest point, jump to the left side, grab, flare cancel, and turn. It's a tricky jump, you can see I barely made it. Practice, I guess. Not really something I can tell you here. I'm not even sure if it's enough if you line it up. I think even this is close. Like if you go for a slow strat, I have never done it. I think even this fails sometimes. You get even pushed by the wall, you saw it, I get pushed. You can still make it, but save, and if you fail it, just load. It's not that tricky, but if you line it up, it's not easier either. Then you turn right, standing jump, running jump with twist. Standing jump, turn left, running jump with twist. Bad outcome, I hit the wall a little too early. In case that happens, turn around again and jump over here, hoping you don't fall down. Has happened to me once, I nearly died. It's annoying when it happens. Best sequence in one motion is definitely to land here, turn right, standing jump, running jump with a twist, and land here. Run forwards and push the button. Now, praying struts, we want to do an M-man jump. M-man jumps are annoying, and you will see why. We want to land somewhere here. And then you will see there's a jump looking like this. For beginners, I don't recommend it again. If you're a really beginner, don't do this. It's not really worth it, because you can always just go for the slow strut and grab the edge. If you want to be a chat gamer and you want to do an M-man jump, in 2 seconds we're going to do another one. So that one is easier. If you want to do this though, you want to land somewhere here and then jump from the left side of this stair, however you call it, and jump just before going on the lower stair. So you want to land here and jump where my head is, from the higher point. And then you barely make it up there, like here. It's super tricky, and if you fail it, you usually bonk, and you will get pushed back like that, and you have to grab. In the worst case, you die. You have to shimmy right and climb up again. So, if you really want to go for this, it's not that difficult. You don't die if you recover fast enough, but yeah. For beginners, I would recommend to grab the edge. Now here, no matter if you M-man or if you grab, do a running jump and hit the slope on the low part, and do a standing jump. Like that. And turn a little right in the air. Like that. Turn a little right. Here you do an M-man jump. This one is easy. You walk forwards, and once you walk, switch to jump and forwards. And you want to hit the wall a little bit on the right of this corner. It's not that precise. Like that. It's another M-man jump, and that one is easy to do. Literally just walk forwards and turn it into a running jump, letting go of walk, and land here. Run once, turn left, and jump. Alright, Bianca, don't worry, don't worry. Have a good sleep then. Wait, you get a sound if someone tags you? Dude. 7TV features, get sure. Here, what you want to do is standing jump, running jump, and jump to the right, otherwise you fall down and die. And again, sprint against the wall with action, so you don't get a stumble. From here on, basically, yeah, it's an annoying thing. It's very important now that you not mess this up. You want to fall in the water and don't hit the slope. If you hit the slope, you might have many issues. So if you want to go slow, do it like that. But don't hit the slope. If you hit the slope, your sequence might be screwed now. Fast way is looking like that. It's difficult. You're gonna try to enter the kayak as fast as possible. And here we have kayak inputs. And those kayak inputs are annoying. They are RNG and can fail, and if they fail you have to do everything YOLO. So yeah, I hope for you they're gonna work. The slope is very significant. Yes, the slope is important that you do not hit it. If you hit the slope, your inputs might get destroyed here. So, save here. And now, there's a sequence that I'm gonna put you in the description of this video. I know that you wanted to say it's not significant. It is very significant. If you hit the slope, your inputs 50% of the times will not work. So, you want to do the sequence as it's written in the description now. I hope on this save my value was correct, because there's a, let's say 1 out of 20 attempts this is not going to work. How am I going to explain this? So you do the inputs, and you have to do them all very quickly after another. So the first one is 4 up, and just as she goes in the water with the fourth, you do the next sequence already. Like if you wait a bit, like that, it's not going to work. The sequence is not going to work. You have to do it just as you finish your input. You already have to start the next one. It's very important that you do it all in one go here. So, 4 up, 2, 3, 4, and already left. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now, this is the nicest thing probably about the sequence. We have 1 times back pedaling. And 1 times back pedaling is probably the most annoying thing you will see in this level. Because you have to hold back and literally as soon as she moves, start the next input already. Like literally as soon as she moves. There, she's moving backwards and now hold right already. The next one is 3 times right. So already hold right. Same here. Hold backwards, 1 back, 3 left. Hold backwards. She's putting it in the water and already hold left. If you hold it too long, she's just going to do it 3 times and your sequence is fucked. You really need a feeling for this. Yes, you definitely need a feeling for this, and you need the backwards pedaling many times. Yeah. It's going to take some time to get used to it. But all you have to know is that with the backwards pedaling, as soon as she starts it, already hold the next one. And when you connect every single input, you have to start holding the next one even before she finishes the one before. So you can see the inputs from me when I'm changing everything. And yeah, you have to get a feeling for this. So 4 up and already hold left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold back. Right. 1, 2, 3. Hold back and left. 1, 2, 3. And then just keep going. There are no backwards inputs for now. You just have to know when to switch the direction. And then when you get this, there's actually one more backwards here. There's one more backwards, right, and then immediately up. That part can be a little tricky. I usually failed my inputs here when I started learning this, because it's definitely one of the most tricky parts of the sequence, because there's so many inputs at the same time. But practice this many times in a row, and then you will get a feeling for this. And then, when you're here, you have to hold right 5 times. And if you're off sequence, you're gonna take damage here. If your sequence is good, you will get no damage outcome. There you go. And then, you can see that we make it perfectly into this thing. We can continue our sequence. 1, 1, 2, and there's actually one more back. 1, 2, 3, and hold roll and right away. That's how you have to do it. I cannot explain much more about this one. It's literally just practice. All I can say is that the timing of your inputs has to be even before she finishes the last one of the input before, and the 1 times backwards pedaling, you might even want to start buffering again. If you really feel uncomfortable with the backwards pedaling, you can buffer it. It's gonna take some time. Actually, just did something I should explain. But yeah, 1 times backwards pedaling is probably gonna be the most tricky thing you're gonna face here. And you're gonna have to do it once more, probably. So here, once you're out of the kayak, just swim down here. Important, don't go too far, otherwise you're gonna die. But important strategy here. When you go to this right side, very important, you want to surface not too close to the wall. Surface like here. You're gonna get a weird animation, and that's gonna fix it. That's also a position where you can get out, that works as well, but if you get out here, you might die. We're gonna see if I go into the swimming again, like that, and I surface here. Nice, perfect showcase. It worked. You will see that if I surface here, game. Nice showcase. That's great if that works, by the way. It's beautiful if it works. Dude, I feel trolled now, because usually you get a bad RNG, a bad outcome here. If you get out. Dude, this game is something else. You know how often I died here? Hello, Reno. Hello, hello. Piano Wonder. Welcome. We're currently just making a tutorial here. So, For some reason I cannot get the bad outcome, but you should consider the option that you're gonna get a weird outcome which is gonna go back under the water again. And if that happens, try to turn around as fast as possible, otherwise you die here. It's very important. So you have to turn around as fast as you can. I'm not sure if I saved. I did. Nice. That can happen as well. If that happens, turn right. But in the end, try to surface here. If you get the weird outcome, you get sucked under this rock. Try to get out as fast as possible. And then just keep going. 4 times, press guns, and you have an annoying jump coming up again, which can kill you. So basically, if you fail this jump, there is one tile that you can stand on for whatever reason. It is this one. You can stand on this tile and you will not die. So if you mess it up and you land here, lucky you. That's the one Jesus tile, as I call it, because you can literally walk on water. And the ideal strat is that you cut the corner close, do a running jump as soon as you land on the lower one, and then grab the zip line here. That is the strat that you want to do. If you miss one of those jumps, you usually die. So it's just practice here. Then, a little visual. You can see Lara going past the wall now. They're in the background. Now we're past the corner. That's a visual you can use to get a little strat. You're gonna keep running and let go of forwards as soon as you hit the ground. Like that. And then sometimes you will be close to the wall. I didn't get it here. I didn't drop down. You see I corrected it and held forwards. If that happens, just hop back and do a running jump normal. But you can get an outcome where you're gonna have a continuous running sequence that you can do here, which saves a little bit of time. You can try again. And hold forwards when you go past the corner. And then do the running jump here. It's tricky. I would not recommend it maybe, because if you drop down you lose even more time. I did another strat with a flare which I don't recommend. Don't do this strategy for now. I'm gonna throw it away. Pull the lever, backflip twist, make sure your ears die, and grab. Now, here you want to grab on the right side to get a quick outcome. You want to drop down all the way to either this one, that one is gonna work, or this one. Those two are fine. If you grab anywhere else, just drop down and I will show you a backup strat. But if you grab here in that position, don't go to the right. If you go to the right, you will also fail. Hello, Faith. Hello, hello. Faint. Thank you for the good luck. You're doing good. Well, we're just making a tutorial. But yeah. No matter where you are, backflip twist from that position and you will land here. Then sidestep right. And now a very tricky jump that you have to do. You want to jump forwards and left with walk. So jump, and then when you're here you add forwards, left and walk, and then let go of your buttons. Maybe you let go of everything at the same time or you can get screwed here. And do this slow. Don't do it too fast, otherwise your position changes and you're gonna die. So sidestep right, nice, sidestep left I mean. Step backwards, now step right. And now if you do a running jump, I hope this works now, I'm gonna make it here. It's a very precise setup. If you fail anything of this, if you have the wrong position on the ladder, backup is literally to just climb here and do it slow. Climb here, now grab this edge and shimmy to the very left and hop back. And you have the same position. It's the same process now. Step right, jump, swan dive up left, let go of everything, walk left, walk back, walk right. And then you have the correct position and you're good to go. Let's see our speedrunning history we do here. Well, yeah, we are actually speedrunning history here. We are the history cake, sure. Now here, I would recommend to save, because this sequence is going to be difficult. And you want to do it in one sequence. In my opinion, it's easier. Yeah. In the end, it's up to you how you do it. Jump, jump, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That is the sequence that I use for me as counting. If you fail any of these jumps, you die. So I would recommend to practice it. But that's my sequence. By the way, if you load, the spikes disappear for whatever reason. Just accept it. So yeah, running jump, count to 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. And you're making it. That was a very close one. If you jump too far on the right on this block in the middle there, you're gonna hit the ceiling and die, by the way. But you're gonna find that out yourself if you try this long enough. There are some memes that can happen. Don't really have to explain all the ways to fail here, because there are too many. Now we're going to the end of the level. And the end of this level is gonna be weird. So you enter the kayak by just swimming against the rock and hold action. Just swim against it and hold action. Yes, this is going on YouTube. Hi YouTube. Yes, this is going on YouTube, on speedrun.com, on the Discord. It's gonna go everywhere. Here, you have to use a visual now. You're gonna go one left, and now hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now you have to check. You can see in the description I put two different ways to continue the sequence now. And you have to use the rock as a visual. If you hit the... No, if you hit the rock. If you hit this rock... If you don't hit it, what am I talking about? If you nearly hit this rock on the right here. If you're very, very close to it, you use the upper sequence. Because then you will not take any damage. Usually, you will be far away and you nearly hit the next one. You know, the one in the distance that you can see. In that case, you use the second sequence. In this case, you will see we're about to hit the second rock, not the first one. And that's why we use the second sequence, not the first one. Very important. You have to know which one you use here. So we're at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and we're nearly hitting this rock, so we use the second one. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 2 left. Same thing here as at the beginning. Hold your inputs before the animation even stops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 1, 1, 1. Medipack here. Many people forget it. You have to use a medipack here. It's important or you die. But yeah, you will see that yourself. This is the damage outcome. Yes, if you manage to get the first outcome, you will not take any damage, which is good, because you're going to save a medipack. But yeah, usually you get this outcome. And now crocodile strategy. This crocodile is going to ruin your runs, and that's why we even have an emote of this crocodile, because it's a humongous troll. Exit on the right. Piranha, yeah, the croc is just vibing. This croc is gonna kill so many runs, it's insane. Grab the lever on the right, very important. Don't go straight to it, grab it on the right. Troll outcome? Maybe. Now what you want to do, I have a pretty bad croc RNG here. You wanna swim to the right and do a little curve on the right to juke the croc. You're gonna see it's gonna do some twists here. That was bad actually, and we still made it. And you made it out of the water and you survived. The downside is this crocodile can either push you into the block or out. Means if you get pushed out, you die. Because 3 crocs are gonna try to eat your ass there, which is not really nice. So, I'm gonna try to get the good RNG this time. With the croc on the right. So you go on the right here. And you can see the croc is completely destroying me. You go to the right, swim against the croc. Juke it. And then get out of the water And usually in that case, you get the good RNG. Sometimes you still die, usually you have the good RNG though. Now, yeah, well, that's Madubu. You just sprint into the level and Puna is more like a sequence you have to learn. Puna is literally just learning everything. That sounds like a good thing though. Yeah, Kish, that's nice, but not in a speedrun. In a speedrun you want to be quick. If they eat your ass, it's not going to be nice. You want to jump off the slope and go a little left and right again. Like, you know, you jump a little to the left, then to the right, and this way you can make this jump. It's a feeling that you have to get. Some people kill this dude, you don't have to kill it. If you kill him, then do it with pistols. Don't waste deagle. You need your ammo. This is nothing special. One crouch in here. Now, we have to do everything in one motion. If you do this wrong now, it's not gonna work. You have to do 4 crouch animations. After 4 crouch animations, press spacebar to stand up. Very important. Don't do 5. 4 and then spacebar. Or like guns, whatever. Running jump here. Don't hit the slope. Sprint to the button and let go of sprint before you reach it. Like about 1.5 tiles earlier, let go of sprint. Otherwise you bonk here and you die. Then turn left and tap forward once. And you make it. It's very close, but that's what you have to do. And then just as those wheels are walking away, you'll go forwards again. Press this button quickly, don't stumble, wait slightly, and then jump over it, get the crystal, and do the same thing, let go earlier. And you will see no stumble. Make sure you do this right and without mistakes, otherwise you will get screwed now. Because the next sequence is very tricky if you do the mistake. You want to tap forwards and hold left the whole time. You wanna see it? Tap forwards, hold left the whole time. And just in between let go. You let go once every time the animation stops. You have a very weird animation here. And you might have to look at the inputs how I press it, because I can't really describe it. But yeah, you have to get a feeling for this. And if you do it wrong, you die. So wait a little bit here. Jump over those dudes. Push the button, let go of sprint early. And then up, hold left, up, hold left, up, hold left. That's the way to go. If you mess up something, there's a recovery. It's slightly slower, but perfectly fine. Let's say you stumble here. Damn, unfortunate. Maybe jump right away in that case. You see they're closer. Mistake, we're gonna stumble again. Nice stumble. Just run once. Don't do those memes. You might get an issue here. I'm not sure, can you make it? Barely. You can barely make this if you're really fast. But usually you would die here. That's why you might want to jump over the spindles again if that happens. If you want cruel world records, there's another strat you can do which is actually insane. If you want to go for cruel world records, you can do this strategy. Don't do this, it's not worth it. It's super tricky. But yeah, there are also meme strategies. Footy does it. I think Footy has it in his record. Oh, it was a little slow here. We should still make it. No, we will not make it. No, but that's the thing. If you do a mistake, perfect showcase of what not to do. Then yeah. So here a mistake again, not on purpose this time. Just do the slow strat. So go once, and then take it slow. Press the button, turn around, and then just jump over it, because it might get close. Nice, dude. I wanna explain. Okay, I'm sorry for everyone watching this. You're gonna figure it out yourself. I'm sorry. Actually, too bad. Nice jumping, I know, right? Dude. Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna go for the strat that you should do, this strat. Demo effect, yeah. Usually you sprint here and then you go in here. That's how it's supposed to look like. Now here, slide just a little bit so you hit the ceiling and you avoid the stumble. And then when you pull the last lever, nice bonk. When you draw a flare, and you're gonna sprint down here against the wall. Just sprint and ignore her head bonking. Running jump forwards and left. If that happens, turn left and just keep going. That's the bad outcome, can happen. The door has some sort of influence on you. So go far left, and then do that jump. Don't get locked up in a jail, yes. Fun fact, I know you love fun facts, right? There is a meme here that can happen. If you get stuck here, and you have a very strange outcome, like you know when I'm gonna do it on purpose, when you wanna jump around the corner, and you get this jump, in some very rare cases, the door is going to close and you're stuck forever. It can happen and it's super annoying. It's not footy jail, it happened to me, it happened to Gui, it happened to footy, we all got locked once. But the idea is to do a flare cancel and running jump up left. But it's all about practice here. This is just practicing and it's a very difficult jump. So I would recommend practicing this. It's not an easy jump. You can pick up the small mat here, but you don't have to. So sprint extension again, and roll here, jump over the slopes, and then nice push, and then just go down here. Nothing special here. Then here, strategy is to run here and wait before the second stair. Don't go on the second stair. On the second stair, yeah, it might kill you, but usually you still make it. Just do the same sequence, but the goal is to stop before the second stair. Hop back. And when he's stopping to turn, you can see him turning. When he's about to stop, then you start shooting and you have to hit 5 times. If he blocks one shot, you have to shoot 6 times obviously, but you have to hit 5 times. He didn't block my shots, so we're good to go. And the sequence, as you saw, is simply run here, before the second stair, hop back, side flip left, neutral jump. And you're good to go. If it should happen that you run onto the second one, usually you still survive, hop back, shoot, side flip, neutral jump, and you're good to go as well. The goal is to be on the lower one though, because from my experience, you're a little faster. I've never timed it though. But yeah, jump here over the slopes, to the right, and in here. Then sprint again, let go of sprint a little early so you can stop soon enough. Hop back. You see I had to shoot once more because he blocked one, and then pick up this medipack. Because he has to die and we have the time to take it. And pick up his artifact. Nice! You finished South Pacific. Make sure you still have your save from Coastal Village, by the way. If you don't have it, there's a backup, as I said, but don't overwrite your Coastal Village save, as I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder. Second last area. And for that, I'm actually gonna cut this video into... Nice, a texture block. That can happen, by the way. If you have a texture block, super annoying. So, let's hop right into Thames Wharf. 2 strategies, basically. Long story short, you can go an easy strat or a difficult strat. A difficult strat saves about 6 seconds, I think. But it's indeed difficult, so I recommend starting with the easy one, which is the left side Tinnos. You draw a flare, and you do this running jump with grab, grabbing to increase the distance, yeah, cancel, hop back here, and it's just a sequence here. Make sure to jump like from the middle of the next block. If you jump too close, you're gonna bonk, and you will see if you jump here, she's also gonna bonk against the ceiling. So maybe try to jump from the middle, like here. Then here, you can either do this running jump or a sprint roll, both works. And you want to climb up with crouching, in the best case on the left. Also, hello Rena, welcome, welcome, I hope you're doing well. Climb up by crouching, it gives you some distance to the wall so you don't fall down, and then jump forwards and left. Also, I forgot to use my inputs. There we go. So, crouching, nah, if you crouch and you're on the very left, you don't fail. If you're on the very left and you don't crouch, then you can fail. That's how it works. Also, hello site, fakery. Yeah, that's basically what you want to do here. And another thing, if you're like over here, you sometimes don't make it, so make sure to be on the left side and then climb up with crouching because you get pushed away. Then jump forwards and left and draw a flare in the air and turn right and grab again to make this jump and simply sprint. Make sure to jump here, don't run down, and grab in here. There's an invisible platform, but you will see that yourself when you try it out. Nothing special here, this is a very easy strategy and I would recommend it for the very beginners. Hello Shannon, hello, thank you. Okay, now we're gonna cover the difficult Thames Wharf, and that definitely requires some practice. You want to do a nice jump over this roof, which is already difficult, followed by another quite precise jump, because you want to have a good position. So you jump over this roof, make sure to have a wide angle to the right, otherwise you might not make it, and as soon as you're over it, turn left again, and I literally turned left too late, which means you fall down. It's not the easiest jump for the beginning. Jump over here, turn left, another running jump and grab. I failed again, it's insane. It's insanely tricky. Another thing that I kind of forgot, make sure to jump a little later. I actually forgot to say it now because I never do this strategy, so I didn't even remember myself. So maybe extend it a little bit and then jump with grab. You want to land somewhere here between those fences, and now the strategy is about jumping through those fences, and that's the difficult part. You're not supposed to destroy the run, no Rena. But this strategy will destroy runs, yes. So here, what you want to do is you want to be at the very back, so hop back here. And now what you want to be somewhere here on this position. Like, if you split this tile into 3 parts, be on the second part. Like, you know what I mean? Like somewhere here on the back, somewhere here on the back, that works. That's a decent position. In the end, it's a feeling where you have to be. You will have to do a precise running jump. If you fail it, you die, basically. And then, hello Gui. Gui is the master of this strategy. I learned it from him, actually. Then what you want to do is you want to run against it, not straight at it. If you run into the middle of it, you will bonk or die. You will see if I do that. She's gonna bonk. And that's not what you want. So when you have the position, try to aim slightly on the right. Like, try to run a little bit on the right of the scene. And then you perform a running jump, and as you go through, you hold right again for a little bit. So you're going to do a running jump. Here she starts to go through, and now hold right. I forgot to hold jump. Nice, I'm very smart. You have to keep holding jump to do a jump, obviously. I think that's not what I have to explain. And when we redo it, you can combine it with a flare cancel again, but for showcasing, I will skip it for now. So running jump, might be a wrong position. Here, hold right. And then grab and land on the lower platform. It has a lot to do with muscle memory, I think, here, because it's hard to do this fast. You only have a few visuals that I just told you with the fence and when to hold something, but in the end, you will face many deaths here if you try the strategy, so that's why I would recommend to go to the left side. And once you're good with the strategy, if you want to use it, you can perform 2 flare cancels in a row here to save even more time. So flare cancel number 1, draw another flare, angle yourself, jump and flare cancel here again. And then do the running jumps up here simply. And here, make sure to not make a huge turn around this middle thing. Try to stick close to this middle pillar, because there are some stairs that can block you. You will see it now. So you want to sprint like just here. You can see the stair, and as soon as you go here, sprint left again. And you will not stumble. Yeah, just go in here. GG. Nice little thing at the beginning of Aldwych. Hold roll, it saves 1 frame. If you hold roll here, nobody does it, I timed it. Trust me. Hold roll, saves 1 frame, and then fake grab. And just climb out on the left. Nothing special here. Yeah, we have 2 Grease Shannon, yes. The next part is simply a sequence, there's nothing to learn really. So here, sprint, jump, sprint. That's not the correct sprint. Let me redo it to show you properly. So you sprint, then do a running jump, then you sprint again, and then you do another running jump. And then extend this sprint. I prefer extending this sprint and rolling a little early here. So then you can do this running jump and your sprint bar is already refilled. You have to know extended sprints with this though. With extended sprints you can make this, otherwise you might have some issues here. In the end, this is also something that you need to practice and you have to get a feeling for the sequence. There's nothing really to explain though, besides simply sprint, jump, and then the sprint extension, and just get a feeling when to roll. There's nothing special here really. But important here, if you override your save in Coastal Village, very important information here, if you override your Coastal Village save, here is your backup. And we will need the save in this level. If you override it, you save here, like somewhere here, it doesn't matter where you are, just somewhere on this, like, shit pile, because we need the slope in front of us, this one. So, in my case, for the tutorial, I actually overrode it, but I have a backup save down here, so I don't need it. But if you come in that situation where you need it, you will simply sprint to the right here, and then go here and save here. Like, that's where you save. And don't overwrite the save, you will need this one now. So if you overwrite this one, yeah, you're fucked, you have to go back here. That's your last point. Hopefully you don't have that, and you can just sprint down here and do a roll here. Jump over the slope, sprint bar is refilled again, extend your sprint here. Extending the sprint makes it possible to perform a running jump here and get around this corner quickly. And now roll off the edge, grab and roll again, because here's a nice little jump that saves a little bit of time. You want to jump a little to the right, that you don't land on the same vertical line of tiles, you know? You want to jump 1 tile to the right basically with a running jump. And then you will see that there is a platform you land on. It's not a difficult jump. If you practice it once or twice, you will get this. This is not a difficult jump. This is a more difficult one. This jump here can troll you. It basically, I want to show you first, because it's looking a little strange. It looks like that. What you want to do is you want to time your grab late. So, means if you grab right away, she will shimmy. If you grab too late, she drops down. For this to work, you have to be angled to the right. Like, imagine you would like to jump into the corner here. Don't jump right at this thing, you will not make it. You have to jump into the corner and then jump forwards and left. This gives you more time in the air and more time to react basically. And when you aim in this corner, you jump forwards and left, and Lara's gonna bonk her head. There you go. She's gonna bonk the head. And slightly after that, before you hit the wall, you press action. And you're gonna grab it. It's very important to practice this timing, because this timing is very precise. As I said, too early she's gonna grab, and too late she's gonna fall down. In case you fall down, just climb up again on the bottom. But if you grab too early, don't fall down. If you should grab here, you simply shimmy to this thing and climb into. And now we need the save. So you're gonna kill the rats. You have to kill those rats, otherwise it's gonna be really difficult for you. Nice RNG, they're not here. In that case, I would just risk doing this without the rats. But it's very risky. If you have a feeling how to do this and you're very fast, in this situation you can risk it and just do it without the rats, but I really recommend killing them, because if they troll you here, it can be really annoying and huge time loss. Yes, 7 crouches. You have to crouch 7 times and then stand up. With guns, obviously. With guns you can always stand up earlier, but that's what I mentioned very often already. So this thing, you want to skip the ticket machine, and it's kind of difficult. You want to run into the corner here, and then sidestep into this machine. So sidestep right into the machine. You can try to optimize it again. If you can see that you have a correct position. If you sidestep now, she's gonna turn like, I don't know. You're gonna see it's looking weird. That's what has to happen basically. You have the correct position. Hello Jester. No, I play with a tank steering wheel. Sorry, but you know, I'm still the same person. You don't have to ask me as well. That's... dude. So here, once you have that position, you want to turn left, and you can see the ticket machine now. And you want to have Lara's head in this ticket machine. Like, you can see her head. If it's in this ticket machine, it's fine. You see when you crouch now, she's not going to get pushed away, and you're still on the same position. It also works in this angle, you're not getting pushed away. It is just important that you're not getting pushed. If you overshoot it, like here, she's getting pushed. So, that's wrong. We're gonna step back into the corner, turn around again, and line up again. And then crouch. Hold crouch, and while you're crouching, you want to save. This is your save you're gonna load now. I'm gonna move it over here. And now, when you have this save, you're gonna load back in Coastal Village or on your slope in Aldwych. In case you're on Coastal Village, which is the main thing, you want to have this save. In case you're here at the Medipack, you want to run over here and jump on these slopes. And just as you hit them, like here, then you want to load back in Aldwych. Now, it is not important that you're sliding, it is just important that you're on the slope. You can still be in the air, but you have to be on the slope, like on the block. But this also still works, you can still load here, you can still load here. You can also load here, that's still fine. But now it's too late. Both works, Kish. You can be on it and you can be over it. Somewhere on this slope. So, I can say... she's not on it. That will work, obviously, because she's sliding. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you're like here, you can also already load even though you're not even sliding. You just have to be on that slope. And then, once you're on the slope, you want to load back in Aldwych. And you're gonna see she's gonna start sliding. That's what you want to get. Now, if you don't have that save, you have to go into the other save. You have to go to Aldwych, where your backup save is. I'm gonna show you what to do here. Nice, that's not the backup save. Where is my backup save? Nice, I'm gonna show you which slope I meant. Basically, instead of using the Coastal Village slope, what you're going to use is the backup slope, which is on the brown pile of trash that I mentioned. I'm gonna go right here because my plan is to get the backup save, but your goal is obviously the left side. So if you have your backup save here and you load into here, then you want to run on this slope here. This is your backup slope. And then when you're on that slope, then you load into your other one. So one or both slopes, but that's your backup slope basically. That's what you have to use. And then she's gonna slide as well. So no matter what, you just have to start sliding here. If you load Aldwych backup or Coastal Village save, it's perfectly fine. Once you have that, hold walk. Very important, hold walk. Add up and start moving right until you have 45 degrees. If you're too slow, that's not a problem, but if you're too fast, that's a problem. If you overshoot this thing, you fail and you have to reload. So you can go here a little further, and once you hit 45 degrees, you're gonna see her sliding through the machine. So if you go here slowly, there you're through. Now, funny enough, you can also go backwards. If you want to meme around, don't overshoot it, tap it, and you're back. Both works. But you obviously you just want to go in one direction. You don't want to go back. So yeah, you want to tap right to make this slow, because if you overshoot it, she's gonna get stuck here. That's the problem. You don't want to get stuck, you want to slide through, so do it slow. Very important, do it slow. And if you fail, you have to go back to the other slope, wherever it was, jump on it again, and load back into Aldwych. Again, walk up at right. Nearly 45 degrees, and when she starts sliding, and when you're through this machine, then you're gonna start holding forwards and sprint to the right around this corner. I just hit it. I can show you. Usually this works in one sequence, you don't have issues here. Basically, this corner is easy to avoid. Once you're through it, you basically just start holding forwards and sprint, and literally as soon as she runs, add right, and you will always make it around this corner. It's a very easy to avoid corner. So here, now add right, and do a sprint dive here. You will always avoid it. Simply sprint down here, let go a little earlier. Don't get stuck, but let go a little earlier so your sprint bar is refilled here. And roll down this edge. By rolling down you cancel the stumble animation. We did that many times before. Again, PFC here. Nice, I just failed it. Crouch 4 times. After the 4th time, PFC. Run down here, around this corner, and a nice corner bug. With this corner bug, you might have some issues because the camera is super annoying. You basically want to crouch in again. It's the same corner as always. It's literally the same corner bug. I don't need to repeat the basics. I think you did many already. Basically, you want to crouch into it and you're going to be blind for 2 tiles because the camera is going to get stuck down here. You might have some issues to get pushed around here. The camera is really annoying here. It's like the Area 51 UFO corner bug. You remember it probably. Basically, you can nice override coastal. Doesn't matter anymore now, but my practice save is gone. You can override your saves now. So you crouch in and hold roll. Crouch in and hold roll. And she's gonna come out here, and in front of you is the button, and you want to hit this button. That is the goal basically. Now, it can be really annoying to move up here. You just have to learn where to move, because I just had good luck. But usually you will see that the camera is gonna stay down here and it will not come up. Like, that's how it looks like. And then you have to learn how to move to the button. But once you reach it, your camera is back up, so nothing to worry about. If you fail this, you will get your camera. Side flip, turn around and sprint, and just crouch. Just some movement here. RX corner bug thing, you hate it so much? Well, I'm try to explain it as good as possible. So here, it's not going to be enough. We're going to do another PFC. And just sprint in the level end, first entry. GG. You finished Aldwych. Alright, Shannon. Thank you. Well then, have a good evening, Shannon, and see you maybe later. Yeah, have a good one, Shannon. Bye-bye. Let's Gate is going to be annoying because of a nice vehicle that you're not going to like, I'm sure of it. You're going to turn left, sprint extension, and sprint around the corner here, try to avoid this dude, and roll at the end, and you will be able... It was a little too late. Roll a little too late. You will be able to do 2 continuous running jumps here. So I extend the sprint here, run around the corner, roll, running jump, and sprint onto the slope. Here, if you're on the left, try to correct it to the right and jump in here. If that fails, don't worry, just climb up with crouch. Crouching makes you not take any damage here, very important if you fail this. The goal is to land on the right of the slope though, that's what you want to do. But if it fails, that's a recovery to just try to jump to the right and jump in there. But if that doesn't work, then instead just sprint down and yeah, climb up with crouch. But the ideal position is here, and then you can jump in here, continue jumping, jump over this tiny stair and just sprint down. And you're good to go. You just have to know where to land. Obviously I cannot explain where to land. You will get a feeling for where to land. There's no visual, just sprint down. Your goal is to be somewhere on this tile. As long as you're on this tile and in front of you is the little gap, you're good to go. And the setup is very simple. You're going to slide backwards into the barbed wire, step backwards, step forwards, and we want to do a walk, run, jump, turn into a swan dive. To do this, you might get some issues with the walk button. You want to walk forwards, do a jump, and then let go of walk and hold it again. If you don't let go of walk, you're gonna swan dive into your death. So very important, once you did the setup, sliding down, step backwards, step forwards, walk forwards, turn it into a jump. So walk forwards, switch to jump, and let go of walk. Very important, let go of walk. She's gonna jump, and now when she jumped, you hold walk again. And she's gonna do this one dive. If you don't do this, you're gonna die. That's very important. You're gonna swan dive into the barbed wire and you're gonna die basically. Alright, Gui, have a good drive, drive safe, and see you later maybe. Bye bye. Yeah, so basically let go of walk, hold it again. And then roll here and swim out on the left. Climb up, twist, and a running jump. And now the most annoying drop, probably, I think everyone hates it, because this drop is super annoying. You want to drop with action in this direction, like that. You don't have to grab with action, but usually if you grab it's easier to do. From my experience, you can do it without, as I just did. She didn't want to grab for whatever reason. And you want to drop in there like that. But you're gonna face it many times that you get pushed to the right. It's very common. This drop just sucks. In case that happens, you can also run here and drop like that to avoid it. Both works. You're gonna see that this drop is annoying. Grab this midi pack and use the UPV. So, you enter the UPV and you're gonna have a lot of fun now. You just have to learn it here. Just go around those corners. Now, when you go down here, you want to take air at the end of this tunnel. So like from the middle to the end you want to take some air, and that happens by swimming up into the ceiling in the middle. Here. You see our air refills, and now go to the right. You want to have full air, and you want to park it just around this corner. Here, there you want to park it. It's actually a little fun. And pull the lever. So the first time we take air is in this long hallway. That's where we take air. Harpoon ammo kick Shorkish. Enter the UPV again. By the way, if you're on the UPV, the croc will not attack you. You cannot take damage while you're on the UPV. A little fun fact. You don't have to worry about that. Now, I like to take some air here, and then you're good to go. Go up here to the left. You don't have to take this, you can do it without this little air. I like to have some safety here. And then go down here. Make sure to angle yourself to the left or to the right. If you go straight down forwards, you're gonna get stuck. So angle yourself a little left or a little right. And then park the UPV next to the door. If you park it on the door, sometimes she doesn't get off. So my recommendation is park it next to the door. It's easier to get back on, or even to leave. Simply roll, not much to say here. And get back on the UPV. Yeah, Bianca, there's a lot to learn. This is full of information, I think. I probably say way too much, more than you even need. But yeah, try to be like a sponge and take as many information as possible. When leaving, don't take air, because it's annoying, and usually you don't need it. So try to just be in the middle of this hallway and don't take air. Now in this one we want to take air again, and you need about 30 to 50%, so I could make it without taking air here, I have enough. But usually I still take some air here again on the ceiling, and you're good to go. You need about 30 to 50% and you're good to go. Park it next to the lever, and we want to go into flying mode, which is a very nice glitch to fly around and to not lose any air anymore. The reason why we don't do this before is because you're slower. If you do this with... how should I explain it? Like, if you do it before, usually... not usually, she always goes slower in the water if you're in the levitation mode. If you're in the normal swimming mode, she's a little faster. So you don't want to do this before, you want to do it now. Technically you can do it before as well though, to save the air if you're about to die. Little recovery, but you have to learn this thing. Get back onto it, and now to do this you have to swim against a wall. Not every wall works, most of them do. And the inputs are the following: you swim against it, you let go of swim, leave it by holding roll and left or right, and before she goes down, you swim again. So, let go, swim, roll right, and swim again. And you successfully did it because you heard Lara leaving it, you heard the vehicle turning off, and we're still on it. And we're not losing air, and we are in flying mode, basically. Yeah, funny enough, the croc will not attack you as long as you're on the UPV, it still doesn't. So, very easy here. Don't leave it now. If you leave it, you're back in normal mode, but you can always reactivate it by simply swimming against a wall, roll right, and swim again, and you're good to go. The reason why we park it right behind us is because we can simply grab it right away, roll right, and swim again. It's not really difficult. And then follow this way again. You just have to learn where to go. Yeah, you have to learn that. Yeah. Swim down here and up. You might get a little lost here, because you have to not hit a wall, otherwise you get stuck. I used the waterfall in front of me. You can see the waterfall has a tiny bit where it's very bright. And you have to be on the right of that. Like, if you face the waterfall like I do now, you have to go to the right. That's the direction you want to go out. So here I know now I'm facing the wrong direction. So I have to go in this, and now here is where I want to leave. The waterfall is on my left, and that's the visual you want to use. Here you want to get out of the water. Do not get lost in here. And then just follow the way again. The sequence is a little bit annoying. I would recommend practicing this here. But yeah. Not a lot to say here either. Just try to swim around those corners and get up here. In the best case you don't get stuck as I just did, but that can happen sometimes. And just get down here. And you finished Lord's Gate. GG. Now City is very short, but not easy. City is a difficult level. Everything that you do now has to be in one go, and you're not allowed to do mistakes. If you do a mistake, reload and save from the beginning. You have to save at the very beginning, otherwise you might get some issues. So save right here and don't save later, just try to get through City with this thing now. So what you want to do is you want to turn right and jump over the table. Don't jump into the chair, you will bonk. If you jump like that, you will also bonk. Not a problem though. In the end, what you want to do is simply run out of this office as fast as possible and draw a flare. Hello site. Hello again. If you do something wrong here, it's not a problem, but as soon as you leave the office, you have to do everything in one motion. So jump and draw a flare. Sprint and do a corner bug quickly. Do this corner bug as fast as possible. And once you're up here, side flip left, flare cancel and jump in your death. That is the strategy, and you will see what is going to happen. Side flip left, flare cancel, run up and left, and jump here. Jump into your death next to Sofia, next to this tiny wall. And when you jump here and hold action, she's going to get in here. You have to hold action. Yes, you have to hold action. Not for the jump in particular, but you have to hold action once you get pushed. That's the latest point there. Start holding action. Otherwise, this will not work. And your sequence continues. If you're too slow, you're gonna get killed later. Like, even if you wait here, she's gonna push us in a second. And yeah, you have to do everything in one motion from now on. So, jump over it again. Flare. Sprint here, do a fast corner bug. Side flip left, flare cancel, up and left, and jump next to Sofia. And hold action. You're gonna get up here, and you're good to go. Now save immediately or don't save. Otherwise, you have issues again. And that only happens if you're too slow side. You have to be fast, as I said. So, if you fall down, then you were too slow. You will always make this if you're fast, but if you're too slow, then yeah, that's a problem. There is no alternative strategy. If you actually fail so fast, then either reload, or if you're on the pace that you don't want to save anymore, then it costs so much time that it's not even worth it. Yeah, Kish, that's a... I can show it, I don't think you will like it. Anyway, let's continue here for now. I can show it, but you will not like the recovery. You're in here now, jump around this corner to the left, side flip left, jump forwards, turn a little right. That was too far. If that happens, try to reload, because you're gonna get pushed, or be really fast with your recovery. So jump to the left, here, jump forwards, turn a little right. Dude, what is this outcome position? A really strange position here. Normally you have to correct your angle to the right. Keep that in mind, that's just a weird outcome here. Jump forwards again, jump forwards with a twist, jump forwards, again right, and then running jump to the left. That is what you want to do, and it just failed again. I have such a weird position here that I nearly never have, that I'm actually confused here. Let me redo that real quick. That's not the usual position. Usually you're gonna be closer to the corner. Let me redo that quickly. Crouch into, side flip left, flare cancel, jump next to Sophia. There you go. Have the weird position again. Jump forwards, side flip, jump forwards a little right, jump forwards a little right, jump forwards twist, jump forwards a little right, and now running jump to the left. And running jump and shoot this thing. And that's how you do it. You have to do everything in one motion, as I said, otherwise your game will not like you. Now jump down here onto the slope, fake grab, and grab the artifact, and you're good to go. Nice force field. And grab the artifact, and you're good to go. Now Kish mentioned there is a recovery. You can make a recovery here. It is super annoying though. Trust me. If you should be very slow, you get stuck and can't get this shit to work, and you still want to keep going and you haven't saved. Let's say, damn, I failed. Oh shit, I failed again. Oh no, I rolled. Can happen. Let's go up here. Oh shit, it failed again. And you will not make it. Then wait for Sophia to climb over there. Or somewhere here is the timing when you can keep going. That is when you can start this thing now. You want to jump on her side. Here. That is where you want to jump. And go into the corner here. Step all the way in the corner. And go slightly more than 45 degrees. It is a very precise angle. You want to hide the corner behind you. Hide it with your corner. Just barely hide it like that. You can see it, both corners. You have to hide them like this. Literally barely. If you overshoot this, you're gonna die now. It's a very precise thing. Then, you have to draw a flare now. And flare cancel immediately. If you do it too slow, you're gonna die as well. I told you this recovery is insanely annoying. It works. I wouldn't recommend trying it. So, what you want to do is not dying because I get shot the whole time. Nice. It is scary, yes, it's a scary recovery. Yeah, jump over here. Step all the way in the corner. Barely hide the corner. Jump. Jump. Grab. Flare cancel right. You have to do this in one motion. 2 neutral jumps. Grab. And once she falls down, flare cancel by throwing the flare and holding right. And now very precise timing. As you go over 45 degrees, you have to do it in one motion. If you stop here with your movement, you're gonna pop out and you're gonna die or have to redo it. Usually you die. This is the moment where you can start. Once you look away from the corner, it's too late. It's like a 4-frame timing. That still works. That still works. And that's too late. Now you will simply roll out. You're gonna see I get pushed. So it's a very, very precise timing for this recovery. And once you have that timing and you manage to do everything correctly, you want to hold roll. So hide the corner, 2 neutral jumps, hold action, flare cancel right, and hold roll here. And you're up. And then just shoot the boss. That is the recovery in case you fail this. As I said, it is not recommendable. And you lose 2 flares with that. You lose 2 flares. If you do it fast, if you do only 1 flare cancel, which is required, you have to do 1 at least. You're gonna lose at least 1 flare. That's why we're gonna go back to the main save and we're gonna do the other strat, which is much easier. So that's the recovery. Don't do it. Just make a save and you're good to go. I forgot the flare. Beautiful. Might die here. I have to pray if we're fast enough. Barely. Okay. You can make it without, but you have to use a flare. You have to use it, literally. I was just really lucky here. Neutral jump, jump to the left. Shoot the box. Side, I cannot do it slow. If you do it slow, you die. You cannot do it slow. And nice force field again. And grab it. Congrats, you finished London. Probably the easiest section. It's not really difficult, it's just city which can kill runs. And you're good to go to head to Antarctica. And to roast your ears. Usually your ears die here. Because you have a sound bug sometimes. Okay, it was fine. And just skip the FMV. The FMV is insanely loud sometimes. Very, very important to not kill your run. You have to make a save when you jump on this platform now. If you overwrite the save, your run is dead, or you're gonna lose about 2 to 3 minutes. So you have to make the save now and do not overwrite the save. We need it at the very end. Here, jump here and make a save. This save is very, very important. Since I don't have a backup save, I'm actually gonna overwrite it down here, just in case. So, now we're gonna keep doing this run and jump sequence. Jump over here, sprint to the red flag, and jump here, jump before hitting the slope, run around this slope, and in the middle of the tile you jump and grab. And you're gonna follow this river now. You can see your freezing bar. Every time it's about to go to 0, you're gonna save and load. For the first time, we're gonna go so far down that we're nearly dying. Here we're gonna save. Make sure you have like 10% of health left. If you're at the very, very last frame, it's not worth risking it, first of all. And second of all, you can die. There's a very weird bug. If you're at literally 1 HP and you do the save corruption now, you're still gonna die. So save a little earlier at about 10%. Save and load, and you're good to go. Make sure not to get stuck, because in one sequence you can do everything with 3 save and loads. And now, just as the freezing bar goes to 0 again, save and load, and you're good to go. Go around this corner, and in the optimal case you have to do it 3 times. Sometimes you have to do 4 if you got stuck. And here, save and load. It's turning night outside, what the hell. Keep swimming, and here we have our nice corner bar. Now I make another save, because usually you do this without a save, don't save again. You're good to go from here. You even have a backup save if you should die now. You can just reload this as often as you want. But very important, switch the slot when you do this. Do not overwrite your very first Antarctica save. You will need it. The save that I just made at the very bottom, you will need it. If you overwrite it, run there. If you just did it here in practice, turn around, go back to the start and make the save and come back. Why is the t-shirt talking? I can actually activate a light because it's actually turning night. I don't know what is going on. It's doomsday. 1 second. T-shirt is moving. We're back. It's a little daytime now. This corner bug is going to troll you very often. It is very annoying to learn. What you want to do is you want to surface here. It's a swimming corner bug similar to Nevada. It's going to be on the other direction now. We don't do it right, we're going to do it left. Camera is blurry now. Fair enough, we're going to fix it. Hope it's going to get fixed. If not, it didn't get fixed, did it? It's going to fix itself. Okay, now where was I? I got kind of lost. Yeah, it's similar to Nevada. You want to do it on the left side though. So what you want to do is you want to be in the correct distance, which is about here. If you're too far to the right, it will not work. If you're too far to the left, it will not work either. Also, hello Thanksy. Blurry now. I think it's going to fix itself. We're just going to wait a minute. Nice, I died. Yeah, I'm dying from air here. From freezing. You want to do the swimming corner bug by turning in this direction. The more you overshoot it here, the faster you're gonna get out. Dude, this camera, man. The more you overshoot it, the faster you're gonna get out. Now, if you overshoot it too much, you're gonna go through and you're gonna die. Little thing, you're gonna gamble here a little bit. The further you overshoot it, the higher the chance to go through. But if you don't go really far to the left here, you're gonna take longer to get out of the wall now. It's a little difficult strategy here. You have to guess how far, like that is about the angle that you want. You can do it in this as well though, that's perfectly fine. Just more than 45 degrees and not like that. You can see the corner at the bottom and Lara's middle of the body, like the vertical line between her legs, to call it that now, has to be inside of the corner. You can have a comparison here, like somewhere like that. That is still gonna work, but that's starting to be close. That is what you want to have. And then you want to swim into the corner. And while you do this, hold action. Very important, hold action. Swim in the corner and hold action. That is, if that happens to you, you're on gold pace, community gold pace. That is the task outcome that will never happen to you. That is frame perfect, pixel perfect. That will never happen. It happened to me once in all my runs. Of course, during a fucking tutorial, I get this outcome. That is the most insane strategy you will never get. This will not happen. Hello, Timmy. Basically, normal outcome, you're gonna swim into the corner and hold action, and that is what's gonna happen. That is the outcome. Keep holding action. If you let go, it's just gonna start flickering. So keep holding action, and now add forwards. Do it in this order, and you're gonna see her getting stuck. Once you're here, you're gonna wait for her to get stuck, and in one of the movements where she's stuck, now you want to switch your inputs to roll, up and left, and hold it the whole time until Lara gets out of the wall, and make sure to release it as soon as she gets out, otherwise you roll back in the water and you're gonna get trolled. So here, switch to roll up and left, keep holding it, and once she's out of the wall, let go of everything. If you roll again, she's gonna go back in the water. Now, that's basically how you want to do it, and if you do it in one motion, you have to learn all the outcomes and what you have to do immediately. But that's how you do it slow, basically. That's the slow strat and how you can do it consistently. As I said, the more you turn right here, the longer you're gonna be stuck in the wall. Like if I do it like that, it's gonna take even longer. If I go here, she's gonna go through the corner at the bottom. You have to have a feeling for how far to turn here. And then crouch, action and forwards. Dude, what? This is insane, this is impossible. What are the odds? This is impossible. What is going on? This is not possible. Like seriously. That's impossible. Seriously. What the hell? We're gonna crouch in the corner, hold action and forwards. You see, I overshot it and Lara's going through and you're dead. That is the problem. You have to have a feeling, and that was too far. I didn't do that on purpose, I just failed. Now, Lara, please. Crouch, action forwards, you get stuck, switch to a roll up and left, and you're immediately out. That is the best strategy, but usually you get stuck, and I just show you how to do it slow. Once you did that, turn a little left, so you're not gonna roll in the water and then roll. Side foot left, and draw your guns. And now we do a remote trigger, which is not that easy, but you will learn it quickly. You want to jump on this platform now, don't drop in the water, so extend this jump a little by jumping later. Careful, in front of you is a slope. And then you want to shoot quickly. This increases the chance of triggering the dude that we're gonna use now. To do that, you have your action, and you know that's your shooting speed. And if you spam action just before she shoots, you're gonna get this outcome. So you're gonna hold action until she's about to shoot, and then spam it. And that's what you want to do now. That's how you spam your pistols. and that's what we're gonna use. Because for whatever reason, technical fun fact, the bullet shells have priority in the game, so they're gonna trigger something even if you're not on there. It's just logic. A little fun fact. And what we want to do is we want to jump here, and up here on the trigger in front of us is a guy who's gonna run to the level and for us. So what we want to do is we want to jump and spam action. So we're gonna do that and jump here so the bullets land up there and the dude is gonna run. You're gonna be quiet, you can hear him. So he's basically running to the level end, and now what we want to do is a sequence to make him trigger the level end for us. To do this, you're gonna grab on the left, very important, be on the left here, then roll, crouch forwards and turn left, sidestep right 2 times, run forwards once, crouch turn to the right, and tap roll. Don't hold it, tap it. And we did it, I'm surprised. Japanese. And you're good to go. Now, for this sequence, as Said actually just said, the best is to do 2 jumps, it gives you the highest chance of triggering him, and you're gonna be in the wall just in time as he reaches the level end. So, try reload to get out of water, try without action. If you do it without action, you're just gonna bonk and fall back in the water side. You can't do it. So the best sequence here is extended, 3 jumps, and then start spamming. Jump 2 times, put it away, and then start the setup quickly. And you're gonna make it just in time that he reaches the level end as you go in the wall. And you're gonna wait a little bit, and now he's reaching it. There you go. That's the perfect timing that you can do. Didn't we find a faster strat? For this one, no. That was not a faster strat here, that's still the fastest one. Nice little iced tea strat. Setup is not by me, but the strat itself, I'm proud of it. And you're done with Antarctica. There is not a lot else to say here, it's just the setup at the end, and you're good to go. Once you're here, you have an RX tech. RX tech is annoying and long. So what you do at the start is immediately another remote trigger with your flare. What you're gonna do is you're gonna draw a flare right away as you turn right here. Use the flare and climb up. Did I say the setup? Yeah, I just did the setup and I explained it. Basically, you draw a flare and turn right and climb up here. You're gonna draw the flare in time, you won't have issues. And there's a thunder outside. Great. You're gonna go forwards 3 times now, stand up, and imagine you would do a PFC. That's your thoughts behind this now. Imagine you would do a PFC. That is what you want to do. You want to crouch 3 times, climb up with guns, and hold flare and forwards. She's gonna do a flare cancel, and then she's gonna throw the flare onto the tile to the left. So like aim a little bit, so Lara is gonna throw the flare here. It has to land here. If it doesn't land here, you're gonna lose time. Not a problem though. Hello Mamfa. Hello, I'm doing well, yeah. Just finishing the tutorial today. If you should throw the flare here, not a problem. There's a recovery, which doesn't take long. But yeah. That's basically what you want to do, and you need to be quick. Once the flare runs out, this glitch doesn't work anymore, so you have to be fast. So, flare. Climb up here. A little far to the left can be difficult here. Flare cancel. Sprint around all those corners. And then here, do a corner bug. In this corner, you want to do a corner bug. Crouch in. Action. Backflip twist. And you're good to go. And you can continue. That's the sequence that you want. It's another annoying corner, by the way. You might have to get used to this corner. It's annoying, but that's how it works. Recovery, in case the flare goes to South Africa, I don't know. Can happen here sometimes. The flare sometimes bonks on some walls and goes everywhere. In case that happens, let's say you slightly overshoot it, and the flare is going to the right. shit happens, you're just gonna continue and ignore the corner bug. Nice door. Sprint around this corner, go past this corner, go past the next corner, and here you see the flare again. And on the next time where you want to throw it, you wanted to throw it here, you turn around. You can hear the doors, turn around and go back. That's basically dev intended, and that's what you want to do. And you're also here. Congrats, you did it. Then here, ideal is to crouch on the left and move to the right to turn around like that. Slightly faster. You want to climb down now, do some grab cancels. Not grab cancels, like ladder re-grabbing. And this ladder is a troll. I died on this ladder multiple times. From my experience, try to hold action a little longer than usually. I have a feeling this ladder behaves different, so hold action a little longer than you do it on others. So let go. Re-grab, 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 and re-grab. You can do it with one less, you can do it with 3, I think. But now you have to see that you have to re-grab the last time either here, one higher, or one lower. On one of those 3 you have to re-grab. Like, that's the highest point. Here you have to re-grab. Otherwise, she's gonna stumble now. If you're here, you can keep running simply and run to the bottom. That is what you want to do. If you let go somewhere high, you're gonna stumble. Not a problem. You're gonna go to the bottom no matter what. But that's the fastest way to do it. Drop on the left, and 1 or 2, most is 3. Higher than the bottom, you want to let go. And push the button. Draw the deagle, hop back and turn right at the end. So you can do a jump forwards into here. That is the sequence that you want to have. Now since we took some time, you can see the flamethrower on the right doing the job for us. The problem is though that this flamethrower kills runs. Seriously, this flamethrower is a humongous troll, and in my first runs I saved for this guy because he's really annoying. The sequence that you want to do is you want to run out of there as fast as possible, and it's too high? No, it's fine. So grab here, turn right, jump forwards in here, and just run out and pay attention to the zombies. Nice. And kill him right away. Run out and kill him. With the Tiger, he is one shot. Now there is an outcome that you're gonna see where the zombies are over here. Like, they're gonna be stuck here. If you see that outcome, wait. Don't go in front of him, just wait. You always try to kill him, but if you should be in a situation that the zombie is far ahead and gets burned, just wait. Otherwise you're gonna get burned as well, you're gonna turn into some fries, which we don't want to. Mutants, zombie is the same thing. So yeah, if you get poisoned, don't worry, you have a crystal in a second. Shoot him right away. Running jump, and running jump, and roll into the minecart. And you can relax. You can take a break now. You have 40 seconds to relax. If you should drop down in this room, by the way, I didn't show it now. Below the platform where the minecart is, you can do a corner bar, or you can run back up. You normally don't drop down, though. This jump is easy. I'm gonna believe in you. I'm gonna believe in you, you can do it. But you can try it out. There is a little corner down there, a black one, where this minecart is standing on. You can do a corner bar there and you back off. Okay, since Kirsch drops down, we're gonna go over it just to make sure you don't do it. You're gonna be better. The person watching this relearning the run is gonna be a perfect runner. I believe in you. Sub 1 first run. Right? Alright, Bianca. If you drop down, let me quickly show you. If it should happen, oh damn, I missed this running jump. There's a corner right in front of you where this minecart is on. Just run here and do a corner block here. And get back up. It's perfectly fine. It's not difficult. It's a little weird with the ground, but that's what you have to do. Literally just the corner here. Now here, you get the camera change, and now you have to get muscle memory. This is a very important thing. There is a very slow strat, which I'm going to show you first, or you're going to go for insane strats, which can save up to 10 seconds. Easy slow strat, go full brake here. Full brake, and now don't hold anything. When the rails are going straight forwards again, after it's going down the first time, hold brake and go into full stop mode. And then you're always going to make this if you don't press anything. And here just switch the lever. Now, I can't really tell you how long you have to press, like, I don't know, 0.5 seconds for the fastest outcome. On the same position though, you have to brake the same amount, and not the same amount, at the same time. You have to have the same timing, but you have to get a feeling for how long to brake. I can just show you how long it is. I'm going to try to go for the maximum. It's a little too less. And die. Yep. 1 frame too less, which means I literally die here. That is 1 frame too little, whatever. So here, usually, come on Laramon, that's gonna work. You have to have a feeling for this sequence, and then you have the fast outcome. Fun fact, in a minecart you can lean left and right. If you hold left and right in a curve, you can lean to the side. It doesn't do shit. It's an animation which does not do anything. Hello Roski, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Tomb Raider 3 tutorials. Hello, hello. So yeah, for your information, you cannot lean to the side. You can, you're gonna see it. I do it in my runs. It's not enough. You can hold left here. It doesn't do shit. You're gonna die anyway, or you're gonna make it anyway. It does not change anything. Then use the lever, switch it, and exit the minecart to the right. Hello, Easy Noodles. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. So exit to the right, and we're gonna continue through the drills, where it's an easy sequence to not die. You're gonna backflip, twist, sprint, and do a sprint dive through those things. Do it in one sequence, and you will never die here. Now, you can draw guns here and do a quick turn. If you draw guns while rolling, I can show you that's the fastest way to do it. Can be a little tricky because there are a lot of inputs at the same time. Consistent because you turn to the right, it doesn't matter if you turn immediately or... There you go. Ignore everything here, just do a dive roll through, you're gonna make it. It's not difficult. I don't know what just happened, maybe a weird save. You're good to go. However you do it, whatever that discussion just was, you wanna go down here and roll onto that thing, grab it, let go, roll down here, grab it and roll again, and you have a position. And now very important here, I recommend to grab here. Grabbing is not because you wanna get stuck. You can get stuck here sometimes, like if you jump in here perfectly you're gonna get stuck. I didn't grab here. If you get stuck there, you're gonna die, no matter what. The main reason why you want to grab there is because if you hit the ceiling, you're gonna die as well. There are many ways to die here if you don't grab. So I recommend do a running jump to the left and just grab here. It's perfectly fine, just grab. And then you're gonna land somewhere here. You have to have a position somewhere around this. Now, that is still gonna work, that is still gonna work. Further to the right will probably not work. And the same to the left. That's like, that's not gonna work. Like somewhere here, that's the maximum to the left. You have to be somewhere in the middle, like somewhere here. That's a position that's gonna work. And when you grab the slope here, you want to roll, jump back with action, neutral jump, and you have a good position. Now you're gonna see when you jump back with action, she's gonna get pushed forwards a little. That's the indicator that you did it correct. If you don't get pushed, you did something wrong. But usually, if you do that, if you jump back with action, she's gonna get pushed there. And then neutral jump. When you did this, you want to buffer to the left. Make sure the stumble animation stopped or she's not gonna turn. Buffer, so tap inventory, hold it, and add left. Like that. And your setup is done. Now wait a frame so she stops turning and you can start running down. To do this, you want to hold up and right at the same time again. So you can use both strats again, as we used in Ganges or Area 51. either use look, up and right, and let go of look. You can do that. Or if you don't like look, again, you can also use the inventory. Works perfectly fine as well. So open the inventory and while closing, hold up and right and action. And she's going to grab this edge, shimmy to the right just a little bit, and as soon as she shimmies, let go, sidestep right, and hold action and forwards, and she's gonna climb. That is what you want to do. Now you can use a flare here again. That's the point where you flare cancel. So flare. You want to draw it a little earlier, of course. I usually draw it when I drop down from the top. Here I draw it. And then again, up and right. Drop down. She starts moving. Flare cancel. Sidestep right. Action forwards. And start shimmying left. The next visual that you use here is this tile to the left. You can see the seam between both tiles again. You want to be a little bit on the right. Like you can see her hand slightly to the right here. That's the visual that you want to use. You can also count the shimmies, but I use a visual. Maybe it's 9 shimmies, I never counted, might be 9. It's personal preference here in the end. Very important now, when you stand up here, don't do a PFC. I sometimes have it in my muscle memory, it's not good. And when you're here, crouch in and count 7 crouch animations and then stand up with guns. So crouch around this corner. 7, stand up with guns and start sprinting around this corner all the way over here and grab the bridge. So apparently 9 shimmies and 7 crouch animations. And grab the crowbar. Congrats, the first part is done. Now, we have a nice little jumping sequence, which is not difficult. You want to jump on the left here, and then turn right. Sprint a little bit here, and go up here. If you should fail this, and you drop down, there is an easy recovery. You just go dev intended. If you should fail this jump and you drop down, or you slide down, let's say you missed this jump and you slide down here, just run around this thing. Nice animation there, Laura. Love it. Run around this thing here and just jump from up here. You just saw tier 3 engine striking again. So it doesn't matter where you jump, just either go this way immediately or try this jump, but you usually won't fail. It's not that difficult. Now, climb here. Make sure not to shimmy up, you want to climb, so don't be on the very left. And now, fun of the drills. Your timing of your inputs is very important now, very important. You want to shimmy to the left until you can't shimmy anymore. Here. And now, your order of inputs is important. First thing is let go of action. Nice. Then, hold jump, and then add left. Just gonna jump backwards, yes. Because I pressed jump by accident. So very important, do it in this order, otherwise it will not work. You're gonna die. So shimmy to the left, let go of action, now she's gonna drop, now add jump, and now while adding jump, add left on top, in this order, and keep side flip. Nice! I did it too early, you saw me pressing jump and left at the same time in the buffers. Nice one. Jump left in this order, and now you can do it. Nice. And there you go, you finish. That's the sequence that you want to do. You just saw me failing right away. If you hold jump and left at the same time, or in the other direction, so left first, then you're going to die. So make sure to hold jump and then add left. You have to do it in this order, otherwise it does not work. So here, release it, jump, and then left. Little visual that you can use, that I use personally, I add left when she hits the ground. That's what I use as a visual when I can hold left. But in the end, it's just some practice, but this is not difficult. And then when you're through the last one, do a quick turn. First jump side, first hold jump, and then add left. First jump, then left. At the very end here, quick turning, hold up and left to quick turn as you land. Up and left, and sprint right away down here. If you manage to quick turn, you will be on the good cycle, and this thing will be on. Now, You wanna start climbing here. Since I just waited, my cycle is off, so we have to wait here. Usually, if you're on the good cycle, you will not have to wait here. You can sprint right away. If that doesn't happen, just wait, sprint, and here, do a running jump, it's slightly faster. Climb. You can draw guns to quick turn, and climb again. Nothing to say here, really. You will learn the different sequences. I can't explain sequences, you will just see when to go. And if you're on the very fast sequence, you can go right away. Jump here, turn, and make sure to turn a little left. Little hint, try to turn a little left when you go up here. Let me redo that. Here, you're gonna land here, and then you want to turn slightly to the left. Very important, turn slightly left, otherwise you're gonna stumble now. Turn slightly left and then into the right direction. Then, don't jump straight forwards. If you jump like that, you're gonna stumble as well. So jump a little to the left like that, and then just jump, and you will not stumble. If you do it in one motion, you're not gonna get trolled here either. So you have to do it in one motion. You move through this hallway by sprinting really quickly, and then just run down the rails. And you're good to go. Hold Stella. Welcome. Sprint. And try to aim a little to the right, not like that. If that happens, slide down and backflip twist. Don't try to jump off the slope, you're gonna stumble. Very important. I did a tiny mistake here. You don't want to hit the right wall, but you want to aim to the right. Like that. That is what you want to do. And if you go forwards, then you can jump off the slope. Other way around does not work. Don't get stuck here. Nice. And then grab the crystal, and here there are two ways of doing this. You can do it YOLO, or you can do it with a setup. My recommendation, I'm not even going to explain you the YOLO way, because it's toxic as hell. Do not do it. It is super annoying. It is literally a coin flip. Even if I tell you all the visuals, all you have to do is a coin flip. Even the world record runners are super annoyed by this, because it's a coin flip if it works or not. So don't YOLO, don't do it. I'm going to show you the old setup and the new setup. You actually have to learn yourself. I don't do it. I have an iced tea setup, which nobody likes, so apparently I'm not gonna explain it, because they don't like it. Works for me, not for anybody else. Hello Kranax, YOLO percent, like sure. The setup that's old and works 100% of the time is you go down here, roll off the edge and grab it on the very right. When you're on the very right, climb up, roll, do your nice little input up and right at the same time to do the running jump with look or inventory, same thing. Running jump, let go of everything as she jumps, step backwards, step right, step left, and you have the correct position and you can start the glitch. We want to do a GG. It's the exact same thing as in Area 51 with the ladder. It's the exact same thing. You have to time your inputs when to let go of roll. It's also the same direction. Jump forwards and left. When you hit the wall like here, somewhere around this, start holding roll. And once you enter the wall and are up and the camera is up, let go of roll and only hold up and left to keep turning. You even have to keep turning, it's the exact same thing. And turn all the way until she starts moving. And when she moves, then hold roll. Important, hold roll when she moves. And you're gonna be insanely quick, and you're gonna get over the wall. Now, the ICT setup was recommended to explain. The ICT setup is, you're gonna come from this crystal, you're gonna jump on the slope on the right, okay? You want to jump somewhere here. That is where you want to jump. Now, if you jump on the very right like here, it's also gonna work, but you're gonna get pushed by the wall. It is also going to work, but it's gonna be a little slower. If you're on the very left, like here, you're gonna get pushed by the lamp. So make sure to be next to the lamp on the right. And then, sprint, and hold sprint at the end without up, and she's gonna slide. Now here, you're gonna have a fixed position, hold walk, and tap left 2 times very quickly. And she's gonna turn like that. If you do that very quickly, you have the correct position every time. Now, crouch, forwards and right 2 times. 1, 2. Jump, neutral. And sidestep left. And it's the same thing. Again, jump forwards and left and hold roll. Easy. Obviously don't press roll here, I just did it to redo it for you. If you have the outcome where you get pushed, you have to sidestep left 3 times. So you do the same thing, you get pushed. Now sidestep left once and then double. Like that. And then double. Not 3 times in a row right away. One slow, then double. And you have the same position. Crouch, forwards and right 2 times. Neutral jump. Step to the left. Jump up and left and roll into the wall. Don't hold it too long again or you're gonna roll out. And then draw guns to turn faster. And once she starts moving, hold roll. And now you have to use a visual. You have to use the stairs. Now I'm gonna go into my nice little program again to show you what you have to do. Here. You want to use this part of the rails. Now, once you have your guns out, you have a fixed camera, and when the camera hides, let's say, the 3rd rail, that's the moment for me when I put my guns away and I hold action. So your camera has to hide the seam between those 2 tiles here. That's what you have to hide. Everybody has a different visual, you might have to get your own visual, but for me it's the 3rd rail that you have to hide. Then put the guns away, and you want to press action. So keep holding roll. Make sure to hold roll. If you don't hold roll, the visual is different because you're moving faster. But it's going to be the same outcome, Bianca. That's the thing. So now, cover it. Put your guns away. Grab a little later, apparently. As you just seen a cut, because I'm going to make a cut here. This thing just trolled me. Apparently, you have to grab a little later than this visual. It is still gonna work. I don't know, for me it always worked. We just learned, apparently, you have to grab slightly later than putting your guns away. Super weird. I'm happy you're not gonna see the footage, and I'm not gonna forget to cut it out. Put your guns away and wait a slightly little bit. And then you grab. Jump forwards, extended sprint. To the right here and let go. This way your sprint bar is refilled now. Extend the sprint again and draw a flare. And then you can roll down here. Flare cancel, running jump and press the button. One sequence. It has 2 extended sprints in it, so it's kind of difficult to learn. You will get used to it. It's not that difficult. Not as difficult as we've just discovered this visual. So then press the button and go into here. You want to turn around and roll over this thing here. Running jump and jump off the slope. I just bonked. Can happen. It's not RNG, but Tomb Raider 3 engine if you bonk or not. Usually you don't bonk, but you will have this outcome sometimes. Now here, if you do the flare route correctly with all flare cancels, probably I have some save memes, so I have more than 1. Well, actually I have 1. If you do it correctly, you have 1 flare left here. And you can use this flare to see something in the dark now. And you want to use this flare to go through this hallway and and see the ladder. So the sequence is extended sprint, run around this corner, draw the flare if you want to. You can do a roll here. It works better because I actually just fucked up. Today is weird, I'm telling you. Discovering new things here every time. Let me save you. There's another cut gonna be. I can tell you. Today is insane. Second part of the tutorial is insane. Our X-Tech is literally my nemesis, yeah. Cover it a little longer, then grab. Dude, this is insane. I'm gonna make another cut. I have to write it down to cut correctly. I'm actually gonna cut. I will. This is so embarrassing. I can't upload something like that. So here, jump against the ceiling to not stumble, sprint extended, run around both corners, and then jump here, dude, and then sprint. I'm learning myself at the moment, as it seems, and climb up here. The sequence down here is very, very tricky, and I think I didn't save again, so how shall I explain it properly? You just have to climb here, and in the sequence down there, well, how should I explain it really? There's nothing really to explain. Like an extended sprint with 2 running jumps, and then you sprint again. I can't really explain you how to do it, like it's just a sequence. There are no really hints for it. I think the best thing is literally just to practice this. There are no hints for that really, from what I know. Here, just... right. Welcome back, Side, don't worry. You didn't do anything bad. It's all good, Side. You need to apologize. Then turn around to the right. Push both buttons. Today is something cursed, I'm telling you. You saw all the cuts, something is cursed today. Push both buttons. Sidestep right, fair enough. Left. And then, when you open this thing, there's a little sequence that you can do. Apparently, GUI says this is not really faster. It feels like it's faster though. When the door opens, you can do a very quick sprint dive in here, which, in my opinion, saves a little bit of time, but gives you a strange outcome sometimes. So if you don't want to do it, don't do it, but you can do this sprint dive and keep crouching. It is definitely faster in my opinion, but if you cannot get this to work, just run in there and don't sprint dive. You can fail this easily. It's worth a try in my opinion. It looks faster, and I think it is faster. GUI says it's slower. In the end, there's nothing special here. For beginners, I would recommend to literally just run into there. Now here, not a lot to say. You want to backflip twist and roll a little delayed. So roll now. You want to run a bit and then roll, and you're going to see the camera moving out. If you get this outcome, you did it correctly. If you don't get this outcome, hop back again, that your camera goes out. There you go. Then jump to the button and press it. Turn to the left and sprint around the corner. This sprint can be a little tricky. I actually failed it. It is a very difficult sprint around this corner. And then you want to run out of here and jump in, grabbing the ammo. I want to redo this now quickly to show you how the sprint looks like, because it's actually a difficult sprint. Backflip, twist, camera, press the button, and then sprint around this corner and around this corner. And grab the deagle. Yes, Kirsch! If you should have a bad deagle count here and you run out of ammo, which normally does not happen, you usually have 3 or 4 additional bullets here. You have to have 20 minimum. If you should have less because you decide to kill everyone on your way, there is a backup here. If you have literally not enough ammo, which you normally don't, then you go down here, and instead of jumping backwards, you're going to press the button right away. So you're going to press the button, and then you do this sequence instead. So you're going to jump up here and jump with action here. Grab this ammo and the door is going to open for you. That is the backup sequence if you should not have enough, but usually you should have even more ammo that you need. You don't need this ammo. At this point you have to have 20 at least. All the ammo that we have now is necessary for Willard, so you should have 23. Yeah, with the ammo you pick. Of course, I have 13 because I didn't pick it. You have to have the ammo and then you should have 23. So I have 13, now I'm gonna pick it and I will have 23. That is what you're gonna have to have. If you have 22, it's fine as well. 21 also works, but 20 is gonna be close. Here you have your 23 now, grab both things. And use a small medipack here. Small mat, climb out. Now important, even if you don't have enough ammo, still pick the additional ammo in the water. Pick it up because you get flares. You need the flares. So even if you don't have enough, pick both pickups. Hello Fabi, hello Lego. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Fabi. Now here, little jump to save a little bit of time. You want to jump forwards and right onto the slope. So you want to jump forwards and right on the slope. Like that, and jump off the slope. And then just sprint in here. Tiny time save. A nice little iced tea strut here. And use that thing. Now jump over the pit. You can die here. The dudes control you and just sprint out. Not a lot to say here. You do deagle first, an item afterwards. Yes, you pick up the deagle ammo and then the thing. Yes. No, the wrench? I think the wrench. Now here, corner bug. You want to do a corner bug in this corner, but it's a weird corner. This corner bug will troll you probably, but it's very easy to avoid trolling. Do the corner bug on the left side. From this side, don't do it from the other side, you have to do it from here. So run around it, crouch into it, and then she's gonna start doing this weird thing. And then press action. So she's gonna stumble, turn right, that you look into the wall, like here, and then run forwards. And you're good to go. That's basically everything you have to do. It's not really difficult, but you might have to get used to it because it's a weird corner at the beginning. It's a different corner bar. But again, same as always, same distance to the corner, same angle, crouch into it, crouch all the way into it. Maybe don't release it here. It also works, but sometimes your amber is not deep enough and you're gonna get pushed out. So go all the way into it, flicker, hold action that she stops, turn right that you face into the wall and then run forwards. Make sure you face into the wall and then just run. And sprint around the corner and jump over here. Sprint again. Yeah. And we're at the next visual. I don't know why it doesn't work for you, Kirsch, but that's all you need to know. It's not difficult. You want to do an RCB here, so a rolling corner bug, and this thing is a humongous troll as well. You have to have a specific position here. It's a very precise one, so that's a good position. That is the maximum to the left. If you go more to the left, you usually roll through. Now the most to the right is like that probably, that's already too far I think. This thing is really tricky. I mean, it still works, but the visual will be different. So the best is if you sprint and you land somewhere here. That's perfectly fine. Now, you want to turn left and you're gonna see the camera is gonna go far away and comes close. Like that. And now you have to go into the camera where it's far away and roll. If that happens, this can happen, this visual is not consistent. This is not a consistent visual. If you roll on the spot, roll again, run against the wall, and tap left. That was not really tapping. There. It was too far, came back. Like that. It's inconsistent. This time it works. This RCB is very, very inconsistent. Many good runs die here. So I can't really tell you a lot, because this is literally random sometimes. This visual is not consistent, but usually it works. Let's say usually. You have good RNG with this visual, so this is a very good position, this is a very good one. You turn left, you saw the camera coming back, turn right again, she's gonna roll on the spot. No, she actually made it. But if you roll on the spot, roll again, run to it, tap left, and then roll. And you're gonna get this outcome. Now, draw a flare here, or in I would recommend not to do it at first, because you're gonna have a hard time finding the visual now. You have to grab when Lara moves onto the triangled ceiling tile. Like, you know, the next tile? This one you have to grab, like, now you have to grab. And the problem is, if you have your guns out, you have a good camera, but you cannot grab. So you have to put your guns away and then see the visual. Now you have to see when Lara is about to hit the next tile, which is now, and then you grab. Now in the optimal case, you have your flares again, you just pick them up in the water. Here you do a flare cancel, and you probably have another camera like that. You have to see when she gets pushed. Now, flare cancel, forwards with a twist, and a running jump. Hello Faith, welcome, welcome. That's the sequence down here. Now, once you're here, you want to sprint around this corner, which can kill you, well not kill you, but you're gonna lose time sometimes, so for beginners who do not get this very easy, just do it slow. But if you want to do it with the chat strat, you can do this sprint. This sprint is kind of risky though, because you can drop down. In case that happens, just corner bug back onto the minecart that I mentioned earlier, and then go over here normally. Grab the battery. And you're gonna sprint out. You can see some people doing the corner bug on the left here. Don't do it, it's not faster. It's literally not faster. 2 running jumps, and the 3rd running jump goes to the minecart where you roll into again. Another simple sequence. So do not do the corner bug, it is literally slower. People coming into the room again. Nice. Here, fun fact, you don't have to duck at the first 2, you can just go through. You will not take damage. With the drills you have to, though. Like, here you have to go down. Hold crouch. No! Go to the right and exit. Easy. Backflip, twist, and just use the item. And now a little thing here. If you hold action, she's gonna climb. So don't hold action right away. You want to tap action when she stops. So go here, and now press action. Otherwise she's gonna climb here. Now, hold back and right. Side flip. Use the next winch starter. It's not a wrench, it's a winch starter. And then you want to hold back and left. So first time back and right, no back and left. And you want to do a swan dive next to this thing into the water. Just go all the way down. And now we do one safe corruption glitch, whatever you call it, at the very last moment. So like now. Don't go all the way to 0. Remember you need like 1-2 HP left, otherwise you still die. Then save and load, and use a large medipack. In the optimal route, you will... I got stuck. You will have 1 large medipack left. Here I actually have an additional small and 2 large, because I picked up some backups. For example, that skate, that's a backup, which I definitely recommend though. But in the optimal route, you have 1 large left at this point. And then swim up, and heal before reaching the crystal. Like, let's say now. And the crystal is gonna put you to 100%. Very important, the crystal has to heal you to 100%. If you get that, then you will always survive that by holding action and forwards. You will always survive it with the same health. You will not need any medipacks now, you're good to go, you don't need medipacks. Then turn a little right, standing jump with grab, jump up here, wait a little bit, and then you sprint over here. Just do the button and go in. Do it again. Well, where you want to heal? Basically, well, you have to heal here, obviously, when you load. Heal the first time. And then heal so the crystal puts you to 100%. Like, let's say just before reaching it, like now. Somewhere here you have to heal, that your health goes down, and it stays over 50, so the crystal is going to put you to 100. This is the second time we heal. Now, and the crystal puts you to 100, and you can climb out with the same health every single time. It's just that you have to know that the crystal has to put you to 100. 2 times a large, you have to use a large, 2 times. So use 2 larges, and then good to go. Alright Kish, enjoy, enjoy. Would it make sense to heal while the safe work is on to heal for the first time? it doesn't make a difference because once you reload into the game, your freezing bar refills, so you have all the time that you need. Yeah, that's our X-Tech. Tinnos is not hard, but it can troll you. This way you won't forget. Usually you don't forget to heal because you die. Dude, it's on there, Jeff. It's literally on the screen, please, okay? Tinnos, the beginning is a sprint dive followed by a running jump. And during the running jump you draw a flare. That's the sequence. Sprint dive. Actually another sprint dive. This sprint dive. And then a running jump and draw a flare. There we go. And you're gonna be here. That is what you want to have. It's not difficult, a little bit of practice, you will get this sequence. No matter what, you want to go to this corner. And do a deep corner block. You have to go deep into this wall. So hold forwards a little bit before you let go of crouch. And again, hold action. And you're gonna drop here. Nice, you successfully did it. Now you have to do a kind of tricky turn. You want to turn slightly more than 90 degrees, but you have to look into the wall still, like that. Now, you can go all the way over here, but as soon as you overshoot this angle, she's gonna go out. Means that you can turn all the way here, you have to do it in one motion. This works, and that's like the maximum to the left. If you go more to the left, it's gonna pop out eventually. There you go. That is the maximum that you can turn, or like the minimum, to be honest. In the end, it's the same corner bar as always. It's literally the same corner bar. You have the same position, so the same distance to the corner. Then you have the same angle, more than 45 degrees. And you crouch into it, deep into it. And then when you flicker, press action. Remember, you have to go deep into this corner or your flicker is not always going to work now. Turn right, make sure to do it in one sequence, hold right and stop here. Somewhere here, it's not that precise. So if you go all the way here, you have to correct your angle. So go somewhere here. Somewhere in this angle, it's fine. Everything like that is perfectly fine. If you overshoot it, just turn back. If you go all the way too far, you're going to pop out and you have to redo it. That's simply how it works. And then tap roll, and she's going to flicker forwards. And you can see her getting stuck now. Once you get stuck, which is going to happen really fast, you hold roll. And you're out of here. Congrats, you did the skip. And you're good to go. Now, the optimal strategy is to combine it with the flare that you just drew in the air. Means that when you embed in this corner and you drop down, flare cancel and turn right immediately. Can be a little tricky because many inputs at the same time, but then roll, flicker, and hold roll, and roll here, and you're good to go. I have tried it once to play with the controller, Jeff. It is not nice. It also works, but it's not nice to play with controller. Then, what you want to do is you want to run out of here to the right and sprint to the lever. Tiny hint, make sure you do a short sprint. If you do a long sprint, you will stumble here. You can see it. If you hold sprint too long here, she's gonna stumble. Now, you can avoid this very easy if you literally sprint for a split second. Also, hello Cupsy, welcome, welcome, hope you're doing well. Sprint and immediately let go, and she's not gonna stumble. That is how you have to do it, and then you can pull the lever. Alright side, enjoy the food, enjoy, enjoy. Now, once you have that, backflip twist and draw a flare. And the next jump is gonna be a little tricky. It doesn't save too much time. If you land on the slope now, just continue running, it's not a problem. Backflip twist with a flare. Jump in here, running jump, and jump from the top of the slope and grab. Very important, you have to grab, otherwise you will not make this. And you have to jump very late. If you miss this, you are either going to slide down or stumble. It's not a problem though, you might lose a little bit of time, but not too much. Also, hello Black Slip as well, welcome, welcome. So yeah, not a lot to say here, backflip twist with a flare. running jump, jump from the last point, grab, and then sprint down here. Sprint again, and use the lever here. No, that's a little too far away, but you want to use the lever. And now we have a nice sequence, which is kind of annoying in my opinion, but it's kind of easy to learn at the same time. You want to sprint around this door with a smaller angle and roll onto the stair, running jump, and keep sprinting here. You can extend your sprints, it makes it easier sometimes to line up with this corner, because you have more time to line it up if you extend your sprint. Because we need to do another corner bug, this will not work obviously, we're too far left. But the optimal sequence looks like that. You're gonna be closer to the wall, like that. Then you're gonna sprint dive onto this stair, running jump, and extend the sprint if you can, and run around this corner, and try to line up for this one. And you're gonna do a PFC when crouching. You're gonna crouch forwards and do a PFC by holding flare and forwards. Same PFC as always, same corner bug as always. Crouch forwards and PFC. Problem here, can happen, hop back and redo it, was on me. I was too far right, as you may have seen. My corner bug was not the correct outcome position. So go a little closer to the corner and then do it. That was completely on me here. And then push this button. That's what you have to do. Side flip left, push the next button. Sprint all the way to the right and push the next one. Not a lot to say here. Remember, it's a short sprint again, so don't sprint too long. Sprint a short distance, so just sprint very politely, and then turn left. Push this button, and now a setup begins. You have to do the setup. If you don't do the setup, you will not be able to skip this level, and you have to do it correct. If you do anything wrong here, it will not work. You push this button, and from now the setup begins. Hop back, grab the edge, side flip left. And this is your outcome position that you have to have. Hello Phoenix, hello, hello. You have to do a swan dive forwards and right now. You remember from Madubu, we did a swan dive forwards and left. We do the same thing to the right now. So you jump, walk up and right. And when she swan dives, let go of everything. Do a crouch turn to the left. And jump up and left now. So jump and immediately hold up and left. And you're going through the corner and you're good to go. If your camera gets stuck, that's a good sign, but not a consistent sign. But usually when that happens, you will be able to skip the level and now, because Laura did not run onto this trigger in front of me. That's what you have to do. In case you do this wrong and you cannot get it to work, there is a backup that you can do. So basically, if you fail this, let's say you completely failed and you did not save in the run. Let's say you completely messed up and you ran on this tile. If that happens, go all the way back and push the button again. So go all the way back up, here, push the button again, obviously twice or the door is going to be closed, and redo the setup. It's going to work, but you have to go back to the button. Now, if you can't get the first setup to work, there's an alternative setup, which is a little slow, but it also works. You want to hop back, side flip left, with grabbing the edge, neutral jump, then swan dive forwards, crouch turn, and then simply jump forwards. This setup works as well, but it's slightly slower, but it can be easier to execute because you don't have to do jumps forwards and left or jumps forwards and right with swan dives. It's a little easier to execute, but slightly slower. The fastest setup, grabbing, side flipping, jump forwards and right with a swan dive, let go of everything, crouch forwards and left, and then jump up and left. Welcome back, we. So jump and then up and left. Now, the bridge jump. If you're the Omega chat and you are have the Omega, I don't know, steel balls, you can do this YOLO. Don't do it. Nobody does that YOLO except you're on a dead run. But yeah, basically for this bridge jump we use a setup to make it more consistent, but there is no 100% consistent setup. What you want to do is you want to run to the edge and then walk here. That is the old strat. There is an updated strat which you can also do, which I'm going to explain in a second. But that is the main strat that I also use. You run and walk on the edge on the left side. Nice, we have some fans. We don't want fans. We're going to be lonely. You're going to sprint here and walk on the edge. Now hop back. Step to the right. Step to the left. And now do the running jump and land on the low part in front of you. Running jump and land on the lower part, and you can keep running. So hop back, step right, step left, running jump, and then land on the lower part. Very important that you do this kind of slow. If you run right away, your angle can change. Hello Karel, welcome. So do it kind of slow. Sidestep immediately, but then wait a tiny bit. For me, this makes it more consistent. You can run right away, but sometimes it fails, from my experience. Now, the updated strat is from Nickelodeon to sprint and do a slide animation. For this you need a flare. So you're going to draw a flare here. And then you hold sprint here, throw the flare and sidestep right. It is very complicated to do this inputs because you have to sprint first and do an extended sprint. If you don't do extended sprints, you will run down here because you run out of stamina. So you have to do an extended sprint for this to work. And then sprint by holding sprint and letting go of forwards. Sidestep by flare cancelling, and then you continue the setup. The setup continues by hopping back then, sidestep left, and then do the running jump. You cannot grab the edge. No, Phoenix. You cannot grab the edge. If you don't use a flare GUI, you waste like a second. Because if you don't flare cancel, you have to wait this whole animation to stop. And then you can sidestep. If you use a flare cancel, you can cancel this animation immediately. So you draw a flare, then slide, sidestep with a flare cancel, and then sidestep again. As I said, this can be a little complicated to do for beginners. In my opinion, it's not a nice setup. I don't do it myself either. I'm not a fan of it. So what I would recommend is to do the former strat. Walk here, hop back, sidestep right, sidestep left, and a running jump here. Sprint, don't roll here, jump over this. But you can get the outcome where she doesn't jump at all. I have never had this GUI. I have never made experience with that. For me it always worked. I'm not sure why, to be honest. She always jumped for me, but as I said, for beginners I would actually recommend to do the old setup. It works better in my opinion, it's much easier to do. That's what I recommend. It's not much slower. So then sprint around the corner, jump over here. You can extend this sprint if you manage to not cancel the sprint animation. It's simply a sequence, there's not a lot to say here. You will not catch fire if you go first on the left and then in the middle of the hallway. You will never catch fire here, you don't have to worry about that. And then you want to do a sprint dive on the next stair here. And you can continue your sequence all the way to the end. Draw a flare here somewhere. Extended sprint here, you might not have to do this one, no, you can do it without. And flare cancel and running jumps. This is all one sequence, and as I said, you will not be able to jump through here if you failed the trigger skip that we just did at the bottom. That is what you have to do, otherwise you will not be able to jump in here. Yeah, the rest of the level is simply the sequence. There's not a lot to say here about the sequence. This is a little right, this might not work now. Should still work. Yeah. So then, this is just a sequence you have to learn. It's not really a difficult sequence. Just try it a few times. It's not really difficult. So, sprint dive up here, go on the left with the first running jump, and then go in the middle, and you will never catch fire. Swan dive, and again, just some swan dive, sprint dive, and then just run down here. There's not a lot to say. Now, Willard is weird. Willard is, how should I say it, if you did a practice save and you reload, Willard is gonna go into a different direction. So we might have some issues showing this to you now. You want Willard to go the left side. Usually, if you do this in a run, you will always go to the left side. But if you practice, you can face him going to the right. If that happens, reload and do it again. It's gonna be on off, like he's gonna go right, left, each time you load. You want him to go left here. He has to go left. When you spawn, you want to walk back and draw your Desert Eagle. That is what you have to do. Step back and pull out your Desert Eagle. You have to do it this way. Once you did that, you have to hop back twice, I'm very sorry, you have to hop back twice and shoot at him 4 times. Very important. Shoot 4 times once she's aiming and then wait. It's an important sequence, you have to do it correct here. Otherwise you will not be able to keep going now. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 and keep hopping back 2 times. And now wait for him to shoot. He's going to shoot now, and when you hear his fire loading up, then you're going to shoot the 5th time and hop back twice again, and you're going to land on the artifact and you can just take it. And you're good to go. Make sure not to shoot too early, otherwise this next sequence will not work. You have to hear the fire. Now, 1, 2, and grab the artifact. Then here, the sequence continues with an extended sprint. Not sure if you have to do it, I just do it every time. Well, I'm not even sure really if you have to extend it here. I think it is much easier to keep the sequence clean with extending the sprint. Do a sprint dive and jump over the middle. Again, very important, you have to do it in one go, otherwise you're gonna get roasted soon. So extended. You don't really have to, as I see it. Jump over the middle here and sprint again to the next artifact, which you're going to pick up immediately by rolling. Sprint forwards as soon as you get up and shoot at him 5 times. He will not shoot you if you did this correctly. If you did something wrong, you got stuck, failed somewhere, you were too slow, shot too early, you're gonna see him shooting at you now, but there is a recovery. That's the main outcome. He's gonna fall asleep before he's gonna be able to shoot. Now, in case you did something wrong, it's not the death of the run. There is a recovery you can do. I'm gonna fail it on purpose now. I didn't just texture pop the game, did I? No. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait for him to come. We shot too early. Damn. Can happen, it's not the end of the world. I'm gonna keep going now and do the same as you did before. You're gonna do the sprint dive here, run over here, and you're gonna grab the artifact. You might hear him shooting now, but you might not see him in that case. But you have to know, if you save and load, his fire will disappear. If the fire is in the air, that is the moment when you can save and load to make it disappear. What do you mean, Gui? I'm just explaining with emotions. When you... Sorry, yeah, it's weird. When the fire's in the air, it has to be in the air. Then you can save and load and make it disappear. And keep shooting. And he still dies. And you're good to go. And just continue running. It's perfectly fine. Saving and loading makes his fire disappear when it's in the air. Don't do it too early. But when it's in the air, you can do it. Now here, shoot him 5 times again. I prefer shooting him 6 times, because Lara tends to miss bullets here. Willard, where are you going? Okay, she did it. Very weird Willard position here, because I had the wrong outcome. He's in the wrong position. Let me redo it on purpose, because that's not the normal outcome that you're gonna have. Usually, he's gonna be on another spot. Let me show you. Let me redo it quickly. 2, 3, 4. I'm not gonna shoot too early here. I just want to show you the position of Willard that you want to have, how it has to look like. Of course, the sequences will change if you fail something, but it's not a big deal. Fun fact, if you fail this, you can still jump up here, you're not gonna die. As I just did, you just saw it. Now here, we might be a little too slow because I failed it, but we know the recovery. easy. You have enough time to kill him here. As long as the fire is not in the air, you're not going to die. Pick this up, and now you're gonna shoot him 5 or 6 times if you don't trust the game. You're gonna trust the game, and it worked. And then just sprint to the last artifact and pick it up. As I said, sometimes Lara misses bullets here, which is really annoying, but yeah, hope for the best, I would say. In the end, you can always shoot 6 times to make sure, but sometimes Lara loses her aim here. I don't know what she's doing. It's weird. Then sprint and do a slide here. As I said earlier, by holding sprint and letting go of forward, she's going to slide. She's not going to run into the lava. And then you can already start the setup, but for explaining purposes, I'm not going to do it now. Basically, what you want to do is you want to turn, crouch here, and turn again. This crouch is what I'm going to explain you now when I do this setup, but just so you know it for yourself, you can do this crouch even before shooting him now, if you're really fast, but you have to know when to do it, basically. Shoot him 5 times. Here she's not missing bullets, and now if you didn't do it before, now you're going to crouch here. So you're running all the way up to the wall, and then tap crouch. Don't crouch forwards, just tap it. And that's basically what you want to do. If you manage to do it while you're already aiming at him, then turn around, do it, and immediately turn back to him. So you're going to do it before. But as I said, this thing can be quite tricky if you want to do it fast, because it's a precise glitch, and if you fail it, you're going to dive right into the lava. So what you want to do here is a shelf bug. It's literally the only one in the game, I think. Maybe I missed someone. Some shelf bug. What you want to do here is using her right leg and the black seam on the wall. Everybody has different visuals from what I can see. I know, Gui, I'm just still explaining, don't worry. What I'm using myself is... Let me make a quick screenshot so I can explain to you. It is this line here at the very bottom. So you're gonna use this line, and you're gonna use her right leg here. And what I'm trying to do is leave a little gap here. So I'm trying to leave a little gap here. That is my personal visual. Now, everybody uses different visuals. Sometimes it is not consistent, this visual, from what I've seen. Works quite often for me. Maybe you have to find your own visual, but that's what I use, and it should work for you as well. It's the La Mia Gamba visual. So right side of the leg, and this line on the wall, and there has to be a tiny gap here. That is basically what you want to do. So that is the correct angle, I would say. And now run up to the wall. Now, if you want to check that you did it correct, you can use her right foot. If you definitely want to make sure, you can turn right again, and you will see that her left foot, I mean. You can see that her left foot and the tile on the ground, there is a tiny, tiny gap in between. That is a good sign or a good indicator this is going to work now. But it's like, you can't use this as a visual, but that's to check if it's going to work. If your foot should be in the air and it is not on this platform, there's a high chance you're going to go through. Like, let's say our foot is in that position, you will jump through this corner. You can use this if you're definitely not sure. Simply redo it in that case. And find the visual again, slightly more than that, run forwards, and you can see there's a tiny little gap again. And now the visual that I use is, let me make a screenshot again, the 3 corners in a row. Basically, we used corners in the past very often. There's this corner, and our main corner here. And we want to hide both of those corners with our main corner. That is what we're trying to do. So we want to go all the way to the left until we hide this corner. And then when both are hidden, that is the sign for you to jump forwards with action. Now, if you go too far, you're gonna jump right into your death. And if you do it correct, this will... It's nice, that will not happen. If that happens, perfect showcase. If this happens, tap left slightly. Tap left slightly and then jump. There you go. That's a visual, or like an indicator if you were not far enough to the left. It's kind of a weird corner shelf block because the ground is angled, but for you as a visual you can use those walls. So jump forwards with action and then do a neutral jump and you get into this flicker state. And that's the moment when you put everything into the hands of the game. We're going to do the snowflake glitch now, which you probably have heard. One of the most annoying things in the whole game. And what you want to do is saving here. So you need the save now. And now you're going to load back in Antarctica. Remember when I told you do not overwrite your Antarctica save in any case. Make it all the way down if you want to. You need the save now. So now I'm going to go all the way to the ground to get my save back out. Move it back to the top. You don't have to move your save, you just have to load back in Antarctica. And then you're back on this nice little platform that I showed you. You want to jump towards the boat now and swim under it. You want to swim all the way to the other side and you can see the second hill on the left. This hill. You're gonna run out of, like, how you say it, your freezing bar goes to 0 once you're here. And that's how you know you're on the correct hill. You know you're gonna start losing health. And now, at the end of this hill, like somewhere here, it's not really precise, somewhere over here. That is where you want to load. You can even die and load. It doesn't matter what your position is. There have been some people going here from different sides and have different angles. There is no way to make this consistent. This is RNG and you cannot influence it. And now you're going to load Meteorite Cavern where you're stuck in the wall. That is where you're going to load and you're going to hope it's working. And in that case it didn't work, which is nice for the tutorial because I can show you what's happening. That is the bad outcome. In case that happens, you're going to load back into Antarctica and go there again. You can save there if you want to and redo it from that position. And then basically you can save here if you want to make sure that it works. Saving. And you go to Meteorite Cavern again. And hope it's gonna work. Didn't work again. As I said, this is completely RNG. You cannot influence this. This is literally random. And you have to hope it's going to work. It's super annoying. Simply somewhere here. Wait a little bit and try again. Meme around. And all of a sudden it works. It is annoying. But that's how you do it, and that's how Lara commits her last crime. She's gonna murder someone. A hint for the end. If you don't have an insane time and you're going for a world record, or you're going for sub 59, sub 58, do not reset in jungle because you failed the first jump, or reset in temple ruins because you accidentally dropped the flare on the wrong spot. Pick it up and drop it again. It's perfectly fine. But make sure to get consistency in your runs. That is very important, that you're not resetting every time. That's very important. Who am I talking to? To the person watching this Wii. So yeah, we're through with the tutorial. Congrats, we finished. Now let's see the in-game time. Okay, nice. We finished it. Relaxing mode ended.